Hello everyone, welcome back. Global Village Day, a 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon. And so live, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. So thank you for tuning in and thank you for running with us this marathon. So we are very, very pleased and glad to see you again. And so I'll see you are connecting because this is the second part of a 12-hour marathon. And so for technical reasons, we had to break it down into two parts. And so we are kicking off the second part. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. And so feel free to share your good vibes, to share your comments and questions. So let us know where are you if you are back, so you can re-share your greetings. But it's this is not a solitary marathon, so we are running all together. It's a community building exercise. We really wanted to engage, right? This is not another Zoom meeting or Teams meeting. This is something different. It's a Global Village Day. It's we really count on your participation, and so feel free to let me know. So we are actually, I'm in Turin in Italy right now, running the marathon. Actually, I wanted to say hi to those behind the scenes supporting the Global Village Day. And it's a great pleasure, and I see you are connecting. So let me share a few comments. I see Neil is back, and Neil from Toronto, wonderful. Wagner from Victoria, British Columbia, and okay, that's six. Okay, 6 down, 6 to go. That's right. It's 6 p.m. in Toronto. It's midnight in Italy, and who knows? So good morning or good evening, wherever you are. We have special guests from 12 different countries, and it's great. So the world is our global village, and the internet somehow is our global village. And so I'm glad that we are kicking off the second part of the Global Village Day. So let me just conclude the series of greetings, part 2. Andrews, thank you, Andrew. Andrew McLuhan will join us in a couple of hours, I think, for discussing the Global Village Day. Michael McLuhan is back. Marshall's son, the executor of the estate of Marshall McLuhan. And that reminds me of the sponsors of the Global Village Day. And so let me just share this slides on the to extend my gratitude and our gratitude to the University of Toronto, Marshall McLuhan, State of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Salons, the McLuhan Institute, and the McLuhan Foundation sponsoring the Global Village Day. And you see how many McLuhans there are out there, how the McLuhan's legacy and scholarship, and it's so relevant that many institutions are supporting that unique scholarship and legacy in Canada and globally, right? And so thanks to our sponsors. Being saying that, I wanted to say hi to Ray, and hello, Ray. It's great to see you again. And Jenny, hello, Jenny. Oh, no, thank you. You're so kind. But I'm not running alone. All the energies I need for running the marathon, it's a community energy. So it's a community building exercise. So I think one of the lessons we learned over this pandemic is that we need, right, to stay in touch as a community. And I think community will be a special topic for this panel, 6 p.m. panel. So I see my guests are on the green room already, waiting for stepping in and jumping in, and I'll make some magic later. But again, so we are not just running along. So you are part of the conversation, okay? So we want to really foster the value of conversation, dialogue, exchange, and you know how much this is important, right? So please step in, share your thoughts, your comments, and we're gonna play maybe later another giveaway. So who knows? But thank you for joining us, for coming back for the second part of the Global Village Day. And so I can't really see, we did already 6 hours. All right. And let me introduce our special guests. I think I did the housekeeping right for now, so I think that's all. So 3 special guests as any panel today. So we have 3 special guests usually from different countries. In putting together all this marathon, we took into account the time zones and so on. But I think going later in the day, these are all, I think they are all from Canada. So, okay, no different countries this time, but they are 3 great special guests. And so it's a great pleasure. I'll start with Zara. Zara Ibrahim. Zara is a public interest designer, civic entrepreneur, and leader. She is the co-founder and CEO of the Monumental, a partnership with Coffee Hope focused on creating fair and just cities and institutions in support of an equitable recovery from COVID-19. And so it is with a great pleasure and excitement, and actually it's a nice to see you again, Zara. Welcome back. And by the way, folks, villagers, join me welcoming Zara into the Global Village.
Hi.
Oh, how are you, Zara?
I'm good. It just got very dark in my room because I think for anyone else in Toronto, a storm just rolled in and it started pouring rain and got very dark.
I heard that some of in the comments said that. Okay, so you are safe, you're good.
I am safe.
Okay,
I am.
Okay.
I'm safe in the dark here. I'm going to get a light on, but I'm here.
All right. So okay, that was the first merry-go-round. So I'm going to present the 3 of you, and then I'll be back to you. So Zara, you are all well, all good. I'll be back to you, okay, in a short while. So,
Great.
And great to see you, and thank you for joining us.
Of course, it's been a long time. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, in fact, and by the way, a gentle reminder: do you have attended the torch? So, did you get my email? A symbolic torch, a symbolic object for running the marathon, a symbolic object to enter the global village in the 21st century. So think about a symbolic object that we can use as a torch for running this marathon towards the 21st century global village. Okay, that's the first housekeeping. The second housekeeping is the core question that is running the marathon to some extent. The core question is, what are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario in response to COVID-19? I think you will have a lot to say. And so, Zara, I will back to you with all these questions and the homework, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Zara. All right, then let's move on. I'm very glad to present the second special guest for a 6 p.m. panel. And she's Riley Yesno. Riley Yesno is a queer Anishinaabe writer, researcher, and public speaker from Ibametong First Nation. U of T, she received the U of T President's Award for Outstanding Indigenous Student. And in 2017, she was selected to serve as a member of the Prime Minister's Youth Council. I would like to learn more about the Prime Minister's Youth Council. And so, with great excitement, I'm really glad to meet you, Riley, for the first time. And so, welcome into the global village. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi. Nice to meet you somewhat in person.
Finally. And it's a great pleasure for me, you as an advocate of an outstanding indigenous student at U of T. So I'm very proud that you are representing the U of T community of students in the global village, right? So thank you for joining us. How are you? First of all, where are you and how are you?
So first of all, thank you. I'm well. I am in St. John's, Newfoundland, also known as Mi'kmaq, and it is also raining outside, but so humid and so hot, which is super weird for Newfoundland, if anyone's familiar with the East Coast. So yeah, good overall.
All right, glad to hear. And same housekeeping. So I hope you have an object to symbolically represent the global village in the 21st century, a practical, physical, material object that can inspire conversations and thoughts. And so that's the first housekeeping and the lessons we learned. And so Riley, I'll be back to you for the homework and the housekeeping, and then eventually we will engage all together in a conversation. So you, Zara, and our next guest, you are all great community leaders, community builders, and I really look forward to hearing from you. Was the sense of community in the global village, to build a better global village for the 21st century. So Riley, I'll be back to you, and thank you again for joining us.
Great, great.
Wonderful, thank you. And finally, Nikki Clark. It's great. And by the way, so firstly, I have a few comments before moving on. Riley is brilliant. Say Michael McLuhan. So it's midnight, però in Bologna, in Turin, and so in Italy. And I see actually Junichi. There was Junichi Miyazawa from Japan. Junichi will join us. It's 7 a.m. in Japan, and Junichi will join us later in the discussion. And I think at the very end, right? And to cross the finishing line of the Global Village Day. Wonderful. So thank you, everyone. And talking about weather, New York, sunny and hot in Arlington. All right. So thank you, villagers. Keep sharing your thoughts. Keep getting involved into the global village. Okay, so we are running all together. It's important that we get that together. And so our next special guest for this panel, Nikki Clark. Nikki is the founder and producer and host of a multiple award-winning talk show, the Nikki Clark Show, on Afro Global TV Bell 5, 2472, Rogers 708, and on NikkiClarkNetwork.com. Nikki is also an accomplished singer-songwriter and has released a gospel single entitled For Your Love. And Nikki is also launching her fourth book, 9 Virtues That COVID Taught Me, and the playbook for never giving up. And so I think the book is fast approaching. Maybe we will get some premiere news of Nikki's book. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome back in the Global Village. We had her last year. So welcome back into the Global Village, Nikki Clark. Hello, Nikki. How are you?
Hello. Good evening, Paolo. How are you doing? Thank you so much for inviting me back. It's such a pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, the pleasure is mine. And so, where are you right now? So, Toronto, somewhere?
Yes, I'm in Toronto, and I'm experiencing the same
storm.
Same rainy, thunder, lightning. Just had a clap of thunder before we came on, so it's a reminder that I'm alive. So it's great. Enjoying this nice balmy weather in Toronto.
All right. So thank you, Nikki. And again, so be reminded, find the object to symbolically represent the torch of the marathon, the global village. I'll be back to you for the second merry-go-round, okay? So thank you, Nikki. Thank you. And I see, just let me say hi to, from Paraguay, wonderful, Steel Ruffinelli. Hello from Paraguay. So we really are a global village. And from Naples, from Napoli, ciao da Napoli, Luigi. And nice to see that even from Italy, there are the villagers of the global village. So thank you, Luigi. Great to see you here. And again, so feel free to share your good vibes. So that's the midst of the marathon. So 6 hours are gone, 6 hours away to the finishing line. So it's really time to not give up, as Nikki said in her upcoming book. And so let's move on to the let's dive into the discussion for this session. And I'll be back right now to Zara. Where are you, Zara? Here you are. All right. So Zara,
Yes.
I'll start with the object. So I gave you a few minutes to think about the object if you didn't yet. And okay, I met you as a very creative person, so you're such an inspiring person, a community builder, and your ideas about the city engagement, the building, right, a new idea of urban sustainability, and so your ideas are very inspiring. But when it comes to think about practical objects that can represent, symbolically represent our global village, what's your torch? What's your object? What's your physical probe that can let us think about the global village?
Yeah, I was sitting, you asked me the question and I immediately just looked around my desk because I keep a fairly clean desk, but just with a few things here and there that remind me and to sort of ground myself. So right beside me is this pin.
I see.
Those from Canada might recognize it. And it's a moose hide, and it's a pin by the Moose Hide campaign, which was started and co-founded by a man named Paul Lacerte. And it symbolically represents, you wear it in solidarity to represent, that you are doing everything you can to fight violence against women and young people, and specifically, I don't know when he actually started it, but around Indigenous women and children who were experiencing violence. And so it's interesting because I keep it on my desk as a reminder of sort of my accountability as a settler in Canada. My family is from Nairobi, and we came to Canada. We immigrated to Canada in the early 80s when there was political instability in that country, but we settled here on land that was not ours. And so to me, it's a reminder of, my work is really to understand how to reconcile this place and, all of the gifts that we get to share with the folks who have been here for generations. I think that is true for everyone on this call. And I think it's a really nice reminder to be connected to the Indigenous land that you are on, wherever you are. And I'm curious to hear, I don't know if Paolo, you can see, where exactly, I think you can see where all the folks are dialing in from. But I think it's important, especially in this moment post-pandemic, that, our world is opening and reckoning with things that we were unwilling to have public conversations about. And the COVID-19 pandemic pushed us into that space as a society. And so I think wherever you are, looking at the history of the land that you're on and recognizing the healing that needs to happen between those who occupied the land well before you and well before us, and how to share power back and give back some of the power.
Well put, well said. We were just discussing about this at the very beginning of the marathon. So we started up we had the greetings from the Lieutenant General Governor of Ontario, Elizabeth Danswell, and when we were doing the land acknowledgements, right? So I was really thinking that the global village, right? The very idea of the global village is not just something related to the present time, so to acknowledge the global family nowadays, today. The global village can be a historical concept.
Yes.
To look back, right? And how was the village before we settled to Canada? How was the village? What we can learn from that global village, right? Back in the times, and the reconciliation process that Canada started up, and as an ongoing, not easy process. And I think it's a way to reflect that, again, the global village deals with our present, but deals with our past as well. So not only if we acknowledge our historical global village somehow, the roots of our global family, the heritage, right, that is part of the global family, only then we can maybe build a better 21st century global village, and looking forward to the future. So thank you for reminding us. Wonderful.
And I just want to add, Paolo, really quickly, that, like, you know, in the past, we put the borders down, right? We talk about we put those borders down, those artificial boundaries. And so I think as we think about the future, and as we think about reconciliation wherever we are, this is not just a Canadian conversation. I think it's important to recognize that the boundaries that we've imposed are not actually how the village worked, right? And so, and then it's worth thinking about. You know, one of the things I would just quickly say around the pandemic that I think is really remarkable is that we finally recognize that our liberation is truly bound, right? There's that beautiful Lila Watson quote around, you know, if you recognize that our liberation together, like if you do well, I do well, you know, that we need to be thinking about the collective and not the individuals. And the pandemic forced us into that. And so I think it's just the idea of a village, the idea of rethinking the edges, right, of everything, and sharing more, I think, is really of this moment.
Oh, thank you, Zara. I totally agree. And, you know, even when McLuhan came up with the very idea of a global village, somehow it was a provocation, kind of an oxymoron, right? So how a village can be global and vice versa, right? So, but in that contradiction, right, of the global village, I think there's a key, right, to really rethink the global family in a more contemporary way, and rethinking how we are facing some global issues, right? So talking about pandemic times and COVID, essentially we are facing some new global issues. Even over the first part of the marathon, we've been discussing the COVID as an eye-opener, right? So as an event that really forced us to rethink what we used to take for granted, right? What I fear the most, I'm repeating myself, but I'm just sharing with you, it just joined us. What I'm fearing the most is that many people are just waiting to, go back to normal. So they're coming back. And if we speed up this coming back, the risk is to not learning, right? So to miss, right, the opportunity for learning, for coming back, but in a different way. So there are things that change drastically. So, and we cannot underestimate the value of things that changed over the past 18 months. And so here we are to look forward, right? The global village, and again, that's the core question, the lessons we learned, right, from this current scenario. And so I'll be back to you for a second merry-go-round, because I want to hear from you, Zara, the lessons we learned. Okay, so think about a couple of most important lessons we learned, and we can take into account for a more sustainable, open, equitable global village. Okay.
You got it.
All right. Thank you, Zara. And Riley, I'll be back to you. Yes, I'm back. So, I'm very curious to know, firstly, your object, and then we can even dive into the actual discussion of the lessons we learned. So, do you have an object at hand that you think may represent the global village in 2021 at 6:25 p.m. or whatever in the world? So what's your object to really keep running all together toward a more sustainable global village day?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I am in the middle of a move. So most of my things are packed up. So I was kind of like, what am I gonna what am I gonna pull out to be able to do this? And so I found this candlestick, which looks a lot like a torch, which I thought was apt. But then I also picked it because to make meaning out of it, that this was like given to me as a gift and then thrifted. And so this is an item that has been actually around the world. It's been part of many different people's homes. And so it was a sustainable sort of piece added to our home. So that was my thought.
I like it as a symbol of light, the torch, of course, to keep the flames of the global village alive somehow. Yeah. And as an handmade artifact, somehow reminds us how important is the know-how, the legacy and heritage of our tangible and intangible heritage. And so, Raleigh, the question on the lessons we are learning. So. And then I want to also ask about the Prime Minister's Youth Council. So because I think youth may be at the center of the global village to build a different global village. But first and foremost, the lessons you learned. What's the most important lesson that you can take with you and share with the villagers today?
Yeah. So, I mean, with the prompt and the background of the global village, what I've been really thinking about, of course, is how necessary the ethics of a global village are. So, this sense of, an injustice against one of us is an injustice against all of us. That's how I, hold values in my community, at least, that we should be thinking about the 7 generations before us who, made it so that we could be here, the 7 generations after us, touching on that youth aspect that you were mentioning. But despite how necessary, those values and those ethics are, I think this past year has unfortunately also really revealed how profoundly we're failing those ethics in many, many ways. I'm thinking about how, for this past year, it's been one of the hardest for so many people in so many different ways. And yet we have, the top 1% of our world getting richer and richer. We're sending people to space instead of doing things like, ending homelessness, poverty, hunger. And so I think that this last year has also revealed how much farther we also really have to go into embodying that global village and that global community in a meaningful way.
Wonderful. And by the way, he is back. Is back to Earth today, or no? Still there?
I'm not sure. I'm like,
no, just kidding. I think it's back. And no, that's absolutely clever. And so I think the point. So I was asking how youth, maybe from this perspective, what's the role of youth in fostering a new sense of participation in the global village? We've been discussing about global governance and a 5 p.m. panel with Rohinto Medora, Joe Wong, Rhoda Muse. And so talking about youth participation, so what's your expectations in terms of the contribution that in a practical way, youth can really provide to build a more sustainable global village?
Yeah. Thank you for asking that, because, not only having been on the Prime Minister's Youth Council, but just my work and my research in general really is meant to try and honor the contributions of youth and say to other, perhaps older folks, especially, like, look, they're some of our most valuable, if not our most valuable assets. And so I think, if you look at any social movement of the times right now, it is youth that are on the forefront of those movements. And those are movements that are fighting for a truly global set of justice, that are fighting for those tide liberations, as Zara mentioned. And so I think one of the most unfortunate things about the way we treat youth now that needs to be reimagined going forward, and perhaps touching on maybe a later question onto the way that we reimagine a post-pandemic world, is that youth, despite their just absolute magnificence, are the ones who are largely expected to do unpaid labor, to do unpaid work. Their values and contributions to our world are undervalued. They're constantly told, you're only, going to be good or good enough once you age into the window of acceptability of what society says. And so I think that there's a lot to be desired in how we reimagine youth as citizens and as holders of our future. They are also the most radical, I find. I don't know, I'm only in my 20s, but as I get older, I find it really hard to accept change as much as I did when I was, say, a teenager. And when you're going through all those transitions in your life at that time, when you're graduating, or you're moving for the first time, or you're getting married, or you're doing whatever, as you get older, I find those are wires that are harder and harder to break. And youth, in contrast, are so eager to embrace, look out for, imagine all of those different changes. And that's really, really what we need.
Wow, I totally support your words. So let's do it. And I think one of the villagers on the chat was asking actually about the global village or global stage. That comes to the very idea of global theater, so which is another McLuhan's concept, actually. So after he came out with the idea of the global village, then he amended the idea of the global village with global theater. And I like the idea of the theater, because in a theater, you are a performer, you are a player, you are more active, you have a more active role. And I think that kind of activism makes a difference in turning that theoretical instances into a practical ones, into the core questions that if we want to build a more sustainable world and advancing the global goals, the Agenda 2030, and the most important global issues that we are facing right nowadays, we need that kind of practical activism, right? That maybe our parents and grandparents started up back in the 21st century. Now it's time to, from a global perspective, so being active again in terms of the actual change, right, that we can generate in society. And then even, talking about the role of university, the higher education, that was another topic of discussion previously. Higher education should be more, stepping out of the university and into society, right? Stepping out of the university walls and really, as McLuhan said, conceiving the city as a classroom, the world as a classroom. And I think, listen, your words as a young student and the champions of some values to even rethinking higher education, I think that's the key, is to make a kind of practical and intellectual at the same time activism, right? To really turn higher education into to generate an impact, right? So how do you see the future of higher education in a post-pandemic world, what are your expectations? Are you a PhD student right now? Yeah,
I am.
As a PhD student, and so after a long-standing career already in the academia university, what's your expectations, or maybe the expectations of your generation in terms of rethinking higher education?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of my generation, like, I think a number one thing that many advocates, and it started out, I'm sure, with like the student union movement and the student movements decades ago, was, access to education and the accessibility of it. Memorial University of Newfoundland and Labrador, here where I am, had the lowest, as far as I could research, tuition in North America. They just increased it 130%. And so we're increasingly seeing austerity in terms of, access to education, and how unfortunate it is that students and of course Black, Brown, Indigenous, queer students will bear the brunt of those austerity measures. I also, as a PhD student, I got into the work I'm doing and the research that I'm doing because I wanted it to transform my communities. I wanted to make, in my own way, something better for my communities. And I found that really hard when I got to academia because of the way that the academy is built to be so exclusive in so many ways, to be so inaccessible. I think about what it is for me to research Indigenous youth and to go to their communities and take their words and their knowledge and their stories and write it down, and then have that knowledge locked up in a library at an institution that they will not have access to. And so there's a lot of conversation about decolonization as well that I think the academy needs to have, that Indigenous people have a really, really valuable insights into.
Now, thank you for reminding that. So, for instance, in the field of media studies at U of T, the book and media studies, we are introducing several new curricula and courses to really focus on decolonizing media studies, communication media studies. Even book history, for instance, is almost always told from the Western perspective, right? And then rethinking history, rethinking media studies and the history of communication from a decolonized perspective will make a change in the way we undertake research, teaching, even public discourse, right? So in higher education. Wonderful, thank you, Riley. So it's a pleasure to hear you, and I'll be back to you for hopefully a final merry-go-round, final remarks. To look forward, to move beyond. So I'll be back to you in a short while. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Nikki, finally, where are you? Here you are. So Nikki, I think you're working on a book which is actually focused on the actual topics we are discussing for the Global Village Day. 9 Virtues. That's the title of your book, upcoming and forthcoming, and the 9 virtues that COVID taught me. So what are at least a few of those, not all of them maybe, but just what are the most important virtues that you are learning and from the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the question. I actually have an object in my hand. You had asked us to prepare.
All right. Okay. Let's start from there. Okay. Go ahead.
It's
all right.
A bucket list. It's a journal called a bucket list that was given to me by a dear friend. 101 things I want to do with my one wild and precious life. And I chose this because the pandemic has been a very teachable opportunity for me, and I believe many others, in terms of just how they relate to others in that global village, in the macro system of how we integrate with others, and in order to make the changes in in our society, we have to look at ourselves first. And that is what I learned, and I'm trying to express in the book, is that the moments of stillness, the moments of solitude that I took during this period was one where I examined myself, and I had to really take that hard examination. You know, when you don't have all the distractions and all the noise pulling you this way and that way, you're forced to really take a look at who you are, where you've come from, and where you're going. But what I learned was there are chances now that I can take risks, and there are moments that I need to repair relationships. And with that, there is great healing overall. So when I talk about relationships, I talk about professional relationships, how that's going to move forward, because you have all that time now to think about who you want to count in and who you want to count out when you come out of COVID. You know, so those were the moments that gave me that chance to review, to do an inventory of what I'm working with and what I want to continue to work with. And so the personal part, the professional part of where I want to move forward and whom I want to, you know, traverse that journey with. So those were the teachable moments, and I think it's been a wonderful opportunity. I look at, you know, parts of what we experience as a blessing because of that. I've grown a lot personally and professionally, and I think a lot of people too have really moved forward in ways that they couldn't before because of you know, not having all those, like I said, distractions. They can really sit still and do the work that they need to do, the personal inventory. It also gave me an opportunity to list, like in this book, what changes I want to make personally and on a global level. And I've, you know, there are a lot of forthcoming projects, one of them being the book. And then I was able to write a song about love, because I think that's what everyone seeks, right? At the end of the day, the core need that we have as human beings is love, and wrote a song about the connection of love and the just the craving we have to connect and experience love through that. So those were two major things that I learned through COVID. It was the desire to connect, and also to have that work done of the kind of self-awareness piece and the changes that you wanted to see with yourself and with you know, the work that you can do in the community. Paulo, I think you know that I am the immediate past president of the Ontario Black History Society, and we continue to do the work to, you know, make integral positive changes in the community. And I'm so excited that you know, we have the reinstatement of Emancipation Day as a federal holiday, and that's going to be happening August 1st federally. So really, really excited to have that happen. Emancipation, the abolition of Black slaves, so the transatlantic slave trade happened officially in the British Empire in 1834. So we recognize all the important players on August 1st, and really excited to have that as a national expression of you know, the alliance in the community, how steps are being made to take the, you know, Black community forward, and I'm excited to see that happen this year.
Thank you. So congratulations for this great achievement. So thank you, Nikki, for sharing. I'll be back to you for the final merry-go-round, final remarks. So let's get started with the final remarks. And so thank you, Nikki. I'll be back to you. And Zara, your call, your turn for the final. Yes, it's time conscious of time, yes, we have time for final remarks, lessons we learned, and maybe tell us more about your monumental, right, the partnership with Coffee Hope. And by the way, hello, Coffee. And maybe, well, tell us more about your activity, enterprise in response to COVID-19.
Yeah, well, I mean, Monumental is a small and mighty little enterprise that started 11 and a half months ago. Kofi and I have known each other. Kofi Hope is also, we're both adjunct professors at the University of Toronto and have collaborated on community-based initiatives for over 10 years. And, you know, a lot of the themes that everyone's discussing today have came up and were pronounced over the last year. And in the wake of George Floyd's murder, Kofi and I both had a lot of folks reach out to us to talk about what actually is an equitable recovery. Like, how do we center justice, equity, and fairness as we think about not just the programs and policies, but the institutions that are reckoning with themselves, and how do they center these ideas as part of their strategies, not part of their, you know, diversity and inclusion programs. And so Monumental has been working tirelessly for a year with federal institutions, mayors, city councilors across the country, you know, any organization that has an impact on civic life, to help them understand how to create more people-powered, fair processes and outcomes that advance societal, you know, equity, broader equity for all. But specifically helping them understand how to prioritize, because they're like, oh, well, everyone has needs. Well, you know, sometimes we have to focus on those who are the most marginalized and have the most barriers. And in addressing their needs, we lift all of us. And, you know, that theme that we've all been talking about around collective liberation and shared liberation. Sometimes we need to make priorities. In this past year, you know, there has been so much work around anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism. And so we've been helping organizations just think about their strategy around how to be more fair and just in the things that they do.
Wonderful to hear, and best wishes, best of luck with this new enterprise. Absolutely. And maybe next, well, why don't we make an appointment? If I will be running another Global Village Day, the third edition next year, so you can share some updates on your endeavor on this initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, final remarks. And so, one final lesson you learned from the pandemic.
You know, I was just listening to my fellow speakers, and Riley, you made me think of a few things. I think one of the things I'm really proud of in Toronto, and there's lots of things not to be proud of in Toronto, but I'm trying to keep positive, which is, you know, I think that there is this idea of who is an expert. There's this, the idea of the expert, right? And Riley talked about decolonizing academia and all of these other things. And this has been a theme through my research and practice, has been valuing experience, not expertise, and saying that lived experience is actually credential to shape the future. And one of the things that we saw during the pandemic was that people on the ground, community organizers, actually had the most wisdom around how to respond to needs. And this was happening all over the world. In Canada, we called it mutual aid. In other places, they call it different things. But really, it's community organizing. And governments and institutions look to community organizers for place-based wisdom on how to best serve needs. And I hope that continues, that we reframe who is an expert. And then the other thing, too, is that, and Riley was also talking about this idea of, young people being more radical. And I think one of the things that's been really interesting is, I love the Angela Davis quote, radical means simply grasping things at the root. And I'm really hoping that out of this pandemic, there is more radical in across demographics, across folks at different stages of life, recognizing that we've had so many Band-Aid solutions over many generations that have not actually dealt with systemic and structural issues. So I'm really excited for radical being grasping things at the root. And then the last thing I'll just say, building on Nikki's point about love, one of the things that I've noticed is that there has been more again, there's been lots of everything, but in places where I've least expected it, I have seen more people. There's an incredible artist and researcher, Lexi McKinnon, who works out of SFU, who talks a lot about love-led leadership and working from, leading from a place of compassion. And so many leaders this year had to really think about taking care of people versus just getting the job done, and recognizing that supporting people to thrive actually helps them do the work that they're supposed to do. So I'm really excited to see, I'm hopeful that we'll have this paradigm of more love-led leadership, more compassionate leadership, more human-centered, and really focused on nuanced needs of people and creating conditions for people to thrive and do their work versus just focus on the outcomes that they can achieve and how productive they can be.
Awesome. I like your not just optimism. I like your practical optimism in really feeling the potential for doing that. So thank you, Zara. Stay with us. I'll bring in Riley, and Riley, your turn. Final remarks, perfectly timing. So final remarks for this session of the Global Village Day. Of course, we will go up to midnight, but final remarks for this session. So what's the lessons? What are the lessons we learned? Just one lesson, and your final remarks.
Yeah, awesome. I love so much of what you said, Zara. So I was also thinking about an Angela Davis quote about how, I know, so good. It is in collectivities that we find reservoirs of hope and optimism. And so that was a real grounding thing that I thought of this entire pandemic, that, I've long known that all of our power comes from community. But the pandemic only highlighted that in ways that I didn't even know were possible. But in terms of building a post-pandemic world, what I would say going forward is that with that radical base, guiding us, is that there's nothing that we can't demand of a post-pandemic world. And the pandemic has showed us that, at the beginning of when all of this started, things like where the government just in a moment's notice pulled out universal basic income for the entire country, where we decided that we were going to pull together and raise millions and millions of dollars during the height of the protests around George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, that we collectively have the capacity to do all of these things. It's mostly just a matter of will, whether we can do it and will do it or not. And so with that in mind, I think the higher that we shoot, we will end up in the best and the better post-pandemic worlds that we can imagine. And I think also, to throw back youth really quick, that they will have those ideas of where we should start shooting.
This is absolutely great, Riley. Thank you. Stay with us. Now, Nikki, your final remarks. I see, by the way, our next guests already in the green room. So let me just take a moment to announce that 7 p.m. Jennifer Rausch, Mark Sermon, Jeff Jarvis will join us to keep the flame of the Global Village and our torch burning, and so we will dive into further discussions. But let's go back to the final remarks. Nikki, it's your call for wrapping up a little bit on your lessons, the lessons you learned, and your final remarks for this session. Nikki.
So I just want to say that this has just been wonderful. I want to say, Paulo, that you have incredible energy. So thank you for keeping the torch going with these engaging questions, and just, keeping the platform second year in a row, incredible, great work. And Zara, I totally admire what you do, and I love everything you said. And Riley, you're inspiring. So I am in such a wonderful company. So I'm really pleased to be here. And you know what you said, Zara, about, the whole radical part, I'm all about radical love. You know what I mean? So I will do my part and continue to join hands with people who are like-minded to work front line and let people enjoy the capacity to love themselves, understand that they are loved, they are loving, so that they can bring love into this world. So that's That's what I want.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you very much. I think that was a nice conclusion, wrapping up the discussion so far. So we had such a great time together. So thank you again, Zara. Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Nikki. I really look forward to seeing you again and keep discussions going. So I think that is the value of our community. So thank you very much. Thank you, Zara. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Riley. Best of luck, and I'll see you soon in the Global Village.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. And then this is absolutely great. So we are perfect in time. So we are going to cross almost 7 p.m. in Toronto or wherever you are. This is a global village. So I see you are connecting from everywhere. And well, still sharing some signs of gratitude. And so thank you still for you for joining us. And by the way, so we are not running alone. So we're running this marathon all together. So let's well, please keep sharing your thoughts, keep sharing your comments, your good vibes, your cheers, clapping, and round of applause. Because again, so this is a community building exercise. It's nice to see that you are engaged in this discussion. And by the way, thank you, Penny, from Culver City, California. Yes. All right, I like your exclamation mark there. So thank you, Penny. All right, as usual, we're gonna take a break, 1 minute, 60 seconds break to get some maybe something to drink, and in 60 seconds our next guests will join us for a meaningful conversation. And so again, I will be back in 60 seconds. I'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. Global Village Day, 7 p.m. almost 7 p.m. in Toronto and elsewhere in the world. So we are enjoying the Global Village Day. We are enjoying such an incredible lineup of special guests from 12 different countries. I think our next guests are more from, I think, Canada and US. However, so we are really enjoying this diversity of perspectives in rethinking the Global Village Day in the 21st century and reflecting upon the lessons we are learning from the current situation, the global pandemic, as an eye-opener for learning something new, learning how to better build a more sustainable, open, inclusive, equitable global village in the 21st century. And so it's a great pleasure. I see our guests are already in the green screen. I'm going to present the three of them for undertaking an engaging conversation. But first and foremost, folks, villagers, feel free to share your good vibes. So feel free to share where are you right now, which latitude, the country, hemisphere you're connecting from, and it's nice to hear to feel your presence using the chat on YouTube and Facebook. In fact, we are live streaming. We are live on Facebook and YouTube. And again, so this is not just another Zoom meeting. It's a community building exercise. It's a live broadcasting where we aim to really engage you all in conversation. It's 7 p.m. It's perfect timing for introducing our special guests. In the meantime, folks, villagers, feel free to jump in on the chat and share your thoughts, discussions, questions. I'm going to take some questions from the audience. And by the way, I think maybe later today, at the end of the hour, we can present another surprise for the marathon, for the 12-hour marathon. We are running all together. Again, this is a collective effort. We are running all together to really rethink the way we can build a more sustainable global village, rethinking the very idea of global village in the 21st century. Wonderful, and let's move on. I'm going to present our first special guest for today, Jennifer Rausch, an authority on news audiences, alternative media, public trust in journalism, and deliberate abstention from media use, slow media. And the author, in fact, she is the author of the award-winning book, Slow Media, Why Slow is Satisfying, Sustainable, and Smart. And recently, a brand new book, actually, Resisting the News, Engaged Audiences, Alternative Media, and Popular Critique of Journalism. And so, with this introduction and presentation, I can't really wait to welcome into the global village. And so, villagers and folks, please join me virtually to welcome with a round of applause or comments or good vibes and cheers into the global village. Welcome, Jennifer Rausch. Rausch, how are you, Jennifer?
I am wonderful. And Paolo, it's great to see you as always.
Great to see you.
Still going strong after all these hours, huh?
Well, but you know, it's I told you, it's a collective effort, and I'm not alone. So I feel the energy of the community. I feel good vibes. I feel all the efforts that we are doing together, even in response to the pandemic. And so I think that was the most important reason for undertaking the marathon altogether. And so when running together, it's always much better, right? So
yeah, it's been a great event so far. I really enjoyed the sessions that I've been able to watch today.
All right. So first of all, Jennifer, how are you and where are you?
I am great. I am in Portland, Oregon, so on the west coast of the United States. So for me, it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. This is real sunlight shining on me.
Ah, good for you. And all right, so we will have a chance to discuss about your brand new book. It's already out, right? So you're Resisting the News. Okay, so we will have a chance to talk about your book and reminding the housekeeping, the secret, the object, the symbolic torch for the global village. So think about an object that can symbolize the torch, holding the torch for the global village, and the global village in the 21st century. Okay. And then the main core question, so the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. And so I'll be back to you, Jennifer, for a second merry-go-round and discovering and sharing your thoughts and maybe, hopefully, engaging in animated conversation with your fellow guest speakers and all the villagers and folks on YouTube and Facebook. Okay?
Yeah, there's a lot for us to talk about.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Looking forward to it. And then move on. Our second special guest for this panel, this session, is Mark Surman, a Canadian open internet activist and executive director of the Mozilla Foundation. Mark Sermon is a leading advocate for trustworthy AI and digital privacy. And so it's with great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village, Mark Sermon. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Paolo. Great to see you, everybody. Excited to be here with us.
All right. Just one moment. I hear some static. So it's a very the signal, the microphone signal is very noisy.
Okay, is it better now?
You know,
Okay.
my advice is that you leave the studio and enter again. Usually, that may help to fix the problem, right? So I'll invite you, Mark, to leave the studio. Just close your browser and probably Mozilla browser, and come back to the studio. Okay, so that will help. I bet. Okay. Wonderful. And let's move on. With our third special guest for this panel, this session tonight. And so Jeff Jarvis. Jeff Jarvis is an American journalist, professor of journalism innovation at the University of New York, public speaker, former television critic. He authored several books on journalism, news, and he is actually also an open web advocate. And I think the three speakers it's a perfect marriage for the sessions we're going to run. And so please join me. Welcome to the Global Village, Jeff Jarvis. Jeff, how are you?
Paolo, you are a model for energy to us all. I can't believe how you can keep all these great conversations going all day, but thank you for doing that.
No, so kind, and thank you for your energy, your enthusiasm, your prompt response to my invitation. It's a great pleasure. We met a few years ago at the Media Ethics conference in Toronto. It's now a pleasure to see you again, and it's now, well, you're part of the Global Village family. So thank you, Jeff, for joining us. Where are you in New York, right?
I'm in, well, the same difference. I'm in New Jersey, but we call it New York.
Oh, New Jersey, right, for sure. Right. And how are you? How are you coping with online teaching, online everything, online meetings? What's your feeling about, well, maybe we've been discussing about the coming back to in-person gatherings and meetings and university classrooms and everything. But essentially, what's your feeling about after 18 months of global pandemic? I think you are all set with microphones and cameras and everything as a professional in the field. How are you coping with that?
I think I'm more addicted to the village than the city, Paolo. I went into New York for the first full day in a year and a half, and I have to confess that it wore me to the bone. I didn't do nearly as much as you're doing all day today. And so I don't know what re-entry is going to be like. I think that it's been quite wonderful to be out here in the trees and being able to read more and commute less, and meet people around the world thanks to Zooming or the equivalent. And so I don't think we're going to return to an old normal at all. I think we're going to create a new one.
I see. And for sure, that is our topic of discussion. So we will be back to that. And I think the topic of news is still already stimulating some questions and thoughts from our audience. This is John Galto, and last year's Global Village Day. Oh, well, thank you for reminding. News, this is from last year Global Village. News is that we need rituals to bring us together with cool social media because it allows participation versus hot news channels or newspapers. So, well, that might be a nice topic for discussion. So, legacy media, social media, their role in a post-pandemic world, the role of news, live or dead in our post-pandemic world. And so let's take, Jeff, let's take that into account. Of course, I sent you an email about the object, the symbolic torch for the marathon and the lessons we are learning. So I'll be back to you. and I want to learn more from you about all these things. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. So kind. And finally, I want to be back to Mark. Let's cross fingers by the microphone. Mark?
All right. How's that,
Wonderful.
Paolo? Is it better?
Wow, beautiful,
Okay.
beautiful. It's music to my ears. All right. So
Your music to my ears.
And so, Mark, so firstly, how are you? First of all, I want to make sure that my guests are well and thriving in a post-pandemic. So how are you, and where are you? So just to, well, contextualize the latitude of our session in the Global Village. How are you, and where are you?
Well, I'm incredibly well. I keep referring to this as the hopefully post-pandemic. I'm not sure we're quite in the post-pandemic yet. Although I agree with Jeff, at least from my own spot, I'm ready to go into something new, and I'm doing incredibly well. And I'm here in Toronto, and I'm staring at you all in the digital global village, and I'm staring out at my garden and my tomatoes, which are not quite red yet, but are taking shape. That have been a great joy of not being on an airplane and just being here grounded in one place.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for already providing a nice answer. Things we learned right from this pandemics, and I think many people started gardening and appreciating how important is that kind of opportunity, right? Particularly in a city like Toronto, where almost everyone has a backyard, and so I think
you know what's great about that, Paolo, for a reflection I have is, coming from the tech world, and I think maybe just the mantra of the business world in the last few decades is this, like, iterate. And of course, gardening is iterating, but you just do it on a very different time scale. And so having had 2 seasons of gardening, I'm doing things very differently, but I can't wait till the next year to, like, iterate the third time, but I have to. And the sense of speed of learning has been just like a really profound experience.
That's crucially important, the sense of speed of learning. So, and in fact, Mark, that's also my fear. So the fear that we are learning a lot, we're learning very fast, but somehow it's time to, well, even the Global Village Day somehow is a way to slow down, stop by, and reflect, right? What are we learning? So what are the lessons? How we can take the most of this, new speed of situations that we are living all together. And so I'll be back to you, Mark, for a second merry-go-round, and I want to learn from you the lessons you learned from this current scenario, and maybe, sharing some of the projects that Mozilla is undertaking in response to this global pandemic event we are facing. Okay, so I'll be back to you shortly. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. And talking about slowing down in an age of a pandemic, slowing down, even if actually, how many Zoom meetings did you get over the past 18 months, or Teams meetings, or even live streamings like this one? So speeding up and slowing down, I think it's a crucial aspect. That leads to bringing back Jennifer, and I wanted to share with you Aldous Manutius' motto. Aldous Manutius, the great Italian humanist, festina lente, speeding up slowly, so which is a kind of contradiction, oxymoron, that while speeding up and trying to take the most, but slowly, so appreciating the actual uniqueness of each instant, or each second of our time. And so that brings a little bit to your actually main advocacy for a slow media. I think there is a movement, and I think slow media is much beyond just a simple book. It's really a philosophy of life. So I want to learn more in terms of your slow media. Maybe we can even talk about your brand new book, I'm curious. Maybe that will be a nice link for then step into Jeff and Mark again. So Jennifer, have you slowed down during this pandemic, or have you been running faster? So what's going on? And
yeah, I do love that Mark said that, of course, and that I've taken a lot of the same lessons, and a lot of people seem to have from the experiences that we've been having together over the past year and change. In some ways, it might seem like my books are about very different things. To touch on slow media, first of all, one of the lessons there is really about sort of the balance of slow and fast in your life. So it's not really this, binary choice that everything should be slower all of the time, but really just sort of finding moments or islands of slowness, so that you can get the kind of deep learning that something like gardening takes, or bread making, to name another thing that reportedly a lot of people started to adopt.
I bet.
Last year
I saw a lot
more
of
time on their
pictures.
hands.
I saw a lot of pictures on social media about baking. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the lessons that I've taken from this is actually, a good deal of validation that many people seem to need and to appreciate having more time or more, empty space, let's say, in their lives, where they can use different parts of their brain and especially their body and use different senses. If you want to tie all of this into McLuhan, right, he talks a lot about the balance of senses and the fact that the visual obviously is very dominant, especially with all the time that we spend staring at screens like we are right now. But that, tacticity and smell and so many other things of which, humans are capable tend to fall by the wayside when we spend a lot of our times in virtual worlds.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer. And actually, there's a comment on speed from, it's a quote actually from Paul Virillo. And thank you, Jerry, for sharing this quote. Speed now illuminates really, whereas light once gave objects of the world their shape. And well, I think there is some good in it. So what's your comment, Jennifer?
Yeah, Virilio, one of the great theorists of speed. I would say that when we talk about speed, we often talk about the fast end, but of course, slowness is a speed too. And one of the things that slow philosophy, and especially slow food, which is the iteration of slow living that most people are most familiar with, is the idea of like shifting between gears. That we can get a lot of things out of going fast, especially pleasure and excitement and productivity. But that there are other sort of subtler pleasures in slowness, and that a lot of the joy in life is from, switching between those two and having, two different speeds to enjoy. And that, in modern life, especially pre-pandemic, a lot of people were spending all of their time in their higher gears and not shifting down as much. So for me, it's been not quite a revelation, but a pleasure, let's say, a piacere, to see that other people are enjoying the other side of life as well, too.
Wonderful. And Jennifer, you have your object, the torch, for symbolic torch, a symbolic object to represent the flames of the global, to keep the flames alive of the global village in the 21st century. So do you have a symbolical object to symbolize the global village today?
Well, I can use my pen, and I can suggest that as a symbol of communication, of people coming closer together. I've been talking a lot about slowness and about the pleasures of unmediated life that some of us have been discovering or rediscovering, not necessarily voluntarily on everybody's part, but that, for my part, I've been enjoying the pleasures of communicating with people through technology, as well as through older technologies, let's say, like this one.
Yeah, that's a nice serendipity, because another special guest a couple of hours ago in the marathon had the same objects. And so we've been discussing on the value of enjoying and fostering dialogues, fostering communication as a way to really build bridges and connections. And so thinking slowly, I think holding a pen and writing by hand is a way to enjoy the pleasure of reading, of writing as a medium, right? So a slow medium for enjoy the pleasure of communication. So nice object. Thank you, Jennifer. I'll be back to you, and we'll maybe we can talk about your book on journalism and resisting the news. Okay, I'll be back to you, Jennifer. And talk about news. A news expert, Jeff. Jeff, do you have an object to symbolize the global village? Something weird, strange, or relevant, or meaningful to us for representing the global village?
Well, I'll have to imagine it in my hand, because I don't subscribe anymore, but I would have a newspaper literally made into a torch and burning as the newspaper disappears.
Exactly. That would be a beautiful picture to see. Okay, go ahead.
It occurs to me, Paolo, that we see now newspapers trying very hard to protect their past and to act as if they were given their role by God, when in fact it took 150 years, a century and a half after Gutenberg before the newspaper came into existence, along with the modern novel, along with the essay, along with other inventions with media, and it took that long. And what strikes me today, as I was thinking about this event and thinking about your challenges to us, is that in a sense now, nothing is media and everyone are media. By that I mean that the media companies try to argue, and in fact, right now, MSNBC this morning is arguing that Facebook and Google and Twitter are media companies, and I disagree strongly. I don't think they are. I think they're something new. I think they're conversational companies. I think they bring us back to a conversational sense of media, which is the essence of a global village, that we can finally discuss with each other and have discursive relationships with each other. And so in that sense, I would argue that we head to a world where nothing is media, but on the other hand, everyone are media. We are all media, which is very McLuhanesque, right? We all have the opportunity to speak now. We all have the opportunity to live in an ecosystem and create that ecosystem anew. And it's not just in the hands of a few companies, that the barons who control the newspapers that are now burning. It's in the hands of Black Lives Matter on Twitter. It's the hands of the movement that came out of George Floyd in America in the last year. It's in the hands of the experts, the doctors and geneticists and epidemiologists who've informed us on COVID via Twitter. It's in the hands of Me Too and the movements there, that we now have an entirely different structure of what we used to think of as a small controlled world of media. And finally, what the internet enables is blowing that up. And like all of us who follow and have read McLuhan, I so wish we could have seen Twitter in his hands. Andrew, his grandson, will be on the next hour, I know, and he's on Twitter all the time, showing us the puns that he thinks that his grandfather, I think, would have used in a very able way. And it only entices us to imagine how he might have seen this world we have now.
Wonderful. And I was wondering, what's your take on news media, legacy media, their reaction to the pandemic, globally speaking, in comparison to the social media? So did the legacy media, news media respond well to serve the public good in facing a global pandemic and some global concerns and so on? So what's the role that news media had in this over the past 18 months?
Paolo, I think it's very mixed. I think on the one end, we see Stat News is excellent and has great coverage. The Atlantic has great coverage. New York Times, Washington Post, Guardian, and so on have very good coverage. On the other hand, we have Fox News, which is the ruin of the Enlightenment and democracy in the United States, in the UK, and in Australia. And I think that, just this morning at MSNBC, the hosts were screaming about Facebook and the pandemic as Biden pulled back from his criticism of Facebook, but they don't mention Fox News. They don't mention the fact that Tucker Carlson is there in the United States. And I know that we're in a global village right now, and I'm sorry to bring up this American reference, but we are kind of ruling the world in a lot of ways after the last 5 years. And at the heart of that is a media empire. It's not a journalistic empire. It's a media empire in the hands of Rupert Murdoch. And I think we see in that the apotheosis of what media could become at its worst. So we saw in some ways some of the best and some of the worst. But I think what's important, and listening in the last hour about talk about expertise, in the pandemic, I put together a Twitter list of 600 COVID experts. You can find on my Twitter feeds. 600 epidemiologists, virologists, geneticists, biologists, doctors. And it was so telling how they adapted to an open information ecosystem in a matter of weeks in ways that we have not in media. They used preprint servers to share papers and research and data. They used Twitter literally to peer review those papers. They used Twitter to review their peers and say who was full of crap and they shouldn't pay attention to. They used social media to explain things to both media and the public. And it's inspiring, I think, to learn from that realm of expertise that used the tools available to them because they knew what their goal was and they knew what their aim was. And it wasn't to protect what used to be. It was to try to solve the crisis we have at hand. And they used the tools in new ways to do that. In preparing for this, I pulled up a McLuhan quote that I quite like. And he said, "Our age of anxiety is in great part the result of trying to do today's jobs with yesterday's tools, with yesterday's concepts." And I think that we are still seeing that occur, that we're 150 years away from figuring out what the hell the internet is. We're 150 years away from inventing whatever newspapers might be in the future or creativity in new ways. And so I think we have to have a very long-term view of this.
Wonderful, thank you, Jeff. And I think we can make the same question for to Mark, actually, to maybe better understand what's the state of art, the healthiness of our internet. And so I'll be back to you, Jeff. I want to know more about the lessons we learned, and I now move on to Mark. So thank you, Jeff. So I'll be back. And Mark, just to wrap up, so Mozilla has been an advocate, and you yourself actually an advocate for open, more inclusive, and absolutely open internet, and the state of art of the internet in response to the pandemic. What's your take on light and shadows, or to some extent the good and the bad that we can take after 18 months of pandemic, and how the internet as an open, equitable, and possibly inclusive space served to face and cope with the pandemic, and the lessons we learned in the internet in a pandemic situation. What's your take on it?
Well, I'm kind of angry, Paul, you made me be in the present, because I wanted to sit where Jeff was in the long future. So maybe I'll do a bit of both. And I really liked Jeff's situating that whether it's 10 years or 25 years or 150 years, that we don't know what we as humanity will make of this level of connectivity and the nature of electric connection that we have, that spans globally, which of course is already 100 and some years from the telegraph and that beginnings of that connection. So I do take the long view that what the health of the internet is to be and is to become, is still still in our hands. And maybe I'll come back to that a little bit. But if we I also think at the same time, it has been a year and a half of great reflection of what has the internet become that's maybe different than what a bunch of people who were pretty idealistic thought it might be 25, 30, 35 years ago. And I certainly was one of those people who quit television to, and I was doing documentary and activist video making, training people to make documentaries in the, the public access TV space, very grassroots, and thinking, we need to take over television for the people. And then this internet thing came along, and like Jeff said, anybody can pick up a camera, anybody can pick up a microphone. And so I dedicated my kind of work around the idea that empowerment and communication have to go hand in hand, and worked on the internet since the mid 90s. And the idea that the internet is going to be this great tool of democracy and empowerment, of course, we've seen is partly true. I mean, we wouldn't have social movements the shape of Black Lives Matter and Me Too. I mean, of course, we've had incredibly powerful and effective social movements in the past, but without the internet and without incredible video cameras and microphones on our phones in our pocket, a lot of what we had maybe hoped for as the early democratizing and free speech aspects of the internet, we have had elements of it. Those elements have had positive impacts, but of course, separate from the personal connection, which maybe I won't talk about as much and is also powerful at the level of media. We've really seen in the last few years, and the pandemic put it into sharp contrast, that whether it's the Rupert Murdochs of the world or the all sorts of folks who are really interested in sowing disorder and anger and division, not only have access to that free speech in the same way that those who are trying to bend history towards justice, but have the resources and an aggression and a shamelessness to use that same power to spread misinformation and spread hate and divide people and mislead people and all of those things, whether that's political misinformation or what we've seen around the anti-vax movement and so much more. And so, I think we've come to the place where at the level of what do we do about free speech and how do we think about free speech in the future and how do we think about democracy and how do we think about media, where we have a conundrum, and our tools of the past, as McLuhan said and Jeff quoted, aren't the right tools, right? As we go through regulatory debates on these topics in the US and Canada and elsewhere, we tend to kind of be back in this paradigm of, well, is Facebook or YouTube or whoever a publisher, or are they a common carrier and a distributor? Those aren't even the categories we can kind of ask the question through the lens of. We need to kind of have a new way of asking the question. And I think that the thing I am dedicated to, and a lot of people I work with, is how do we actually bend towards democracy and justice with whatever those things are? And that is the thing that's going to take us 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 years to figure out. And it feels both better and worse in the pandemic, sort of how the internet connects to those things than it did a couple of years ago. And I guess if anything, that to me puts the conundrum in more sharp relief and makes me want to go faster. Maybe that's a bad word, faster. Maybe it makes me want to go with more conviction and with more patience, slowly with others, to try to come to good answers.
Yeah, that's very relevant. So thank you. And coming back to the idea of trustworthy AI, a couple of hours ago, we were discussing about global governance. And I think in the very idea of a trustworthy AI, there is a discussion going on global governance, on how to make some ethical values, ethical perspective inform, right, the main development of this technology, AI in general. So, what's your take on building a trustworthy AI, but also taking into account maybe the need of a global governance or transnational entities to run a trustworthy AI. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, well, as you know, Paolo, and certain people can go and if you Google Mozilla and trustworthy AI, it's a thing we think about a lot and have written a bunch. And there's a Mozilla white paper that's kind of a whole framework of how we think we get there, which includes some global governance and national governance questions, but also includes a lot of work around normative change in the tech industry and what values ground things and who builds technology and so on. And I guess our well, maybe what I'll do actually is show you my torch.
Yeah, why not?
So there's my torch. It's a very worn copy of Ursula Franklin's The Real World of Technology. Who as many people may know, is another University of Toronto professor, and I think like McLuhan, one of the great Canadian communications thinkers, but not and technology thinkers, I should say, but not a technology and academic, a physicist and a peace activist and a Quaker. And I actually am working on a paper right now called The Real World of AI. Looking at AI through kind of how Ursula Franklin saw things, and she sort of, saw technology technology very broadly cast as being systems, not just of the physicality of the machine, but also of political and normative and business systems. And so, like, if you think about an Amazon Alexa. You think of it as a piece of technology, but probably most of us naturally, and certainly if you see an Amazon ad, and of course it's an object of AI by its very at its core. I think most people would think of it that way. We think of it as just a little piece of plastic, a little box that has these capabilities. We don't think of it as a system. There's a great piece of work by Kate Crawford and Vladen, whose last name I can't remember, is a big piece of art called The Anatomy of AI, where they look at everything that goes into an Alexa and all of the labor costs and everything. And of course, there's all of the data and the machine learning, but there's also the whole of Amazon's cloud infrastructure. And then there's the whole of the mining infrastructure and the manufacturing infrastructure. And so all of that adds up to a system that has a particular kind of set of interests. And also by Franklin's definition is really what she calls prescriptive technology, which means technology that, like a factory, breaks everything down to the interests of those who've got power. And in contrast, she talks about holistic technologies as those that really, in her view, are more artisanal, but put somebody in control and give somebody agency to create the whole thing, like a traditional potter or an artist or a cabinet maker. And so in the paper, I've started to ask the question, not only what is trustworthy AI, but could we have holistic AI that gives agency to us? And I think you start to see that in, say, a lot of the different artists who are deploying AI, like Joyce Bulawamni, who's not only one person. When she worked on the Gender Shades project that showed, how facial recognition is biased and was very inaccurate on dark-skinned females compared to white people of both genders and dark-skinned males, and that yet the technology is being used in very mission-critical areas like police. That was really a craft project to show what AI is. And so can we imagine a different way of thinking about AI that is not just trustworthy, but under our control? And then could we imagine that at scale? I mean, there's a guy named Richard Witt who I've come to know who talks about personal AI. And could we have AI that really is under our control in engagement with the system of AI that is around us? And so I start to think about that as an objective, like AI under our command. And so, to some degree, global governance will be an important thing in making that possible, because I think you're actually going to have to really change break up the monopolies and change some of the rules of how AI and data work right now in order to get there. But it also is about a set of people who want to build a different internet and a different technological future. And I think you're starting to see that. You're starting to see that in young people who don't want to work at Google, who walk out, and people who are starting ethical tech startups. And I think that's just as important as the global governance question. Is you have to have people who imagine something different and are going to take the decades of their lives to build it and make it real for all of us.
Great. And so maybe we need more holistic technology to really think about the global governance. And so holistic means where all things are connected, where all values can be beneficial, right, to the actual impact on society. And it's nice that you brought up Ursula Franklin. So actually we included the work of Ursula Franklin in the Toronto School of Communication. So really considering her contribution to rethink from a holistic and media ecological perspective the impact of technology. And so thank you for bringing that. We look forward to reading your paper, and absolutely something to keep discussing on. Absolutely.
It's very small, but hopefully you like it, Paulo.
Absolutely. And all right, Mark, I'll be back to you for a final remarks and merry-go-round of on these topics, and also, well, because I'm still very keen to learn the lessons you learned, and so I'll be back. I'll be back to you, Mark. All right. Thank you for now.
Sounds good.
And going back to Jennifer, I think I have a banner of your book. I'll give you.
Wow.
In a well, it looks nice. In a nutshell. So, why resisting the news? What's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, sticking with some of the themes that we've been talking about here, like imagining alternatives and about people's trust in media. My recent work has been looking specifically at news audiences and teasing out some of the reasons why they avoid or mistrust news, rather than my previous book that was looking at sort of media abstention as an experimental lifestyle choice that some people were making. And as we know, one of the reasons that people avoid news is because it's depressing or because they don't trust journalistic sources. So I sort of flipped that question on its head. And instead of asking, why don't people trust the news? I spoke with specific groups of people who are self-reported as using alternative media. And I asked them basically, what is alternative media to you? What is it an alternative to? What, problem do you see that it's solving? But also, why do you trust it? What are they doing that's more trustworthy than what mainstream media do? And a lot of the conversation came down to money, not surprisingly. The facet of the study that was really interesting to me was that I broke down the differences between people who identified as leaning Democratic and people who leaned Republican. And I actually found some overlap. And it's hard to find common ground between, these two teams in the polarized world that we live in today. But my analysis showed that both people found corporate ownership really problematic. They found the profit nature of news really problematic. The only difference was that people who described themselves as being liberal believed that there are alternative systems, nonprofit, public-funded media organizations that they actually use on a regular basis, whereas people who reported themselves as being conservative sort of, saw the problems that capitalism or commercialism is causing for our news system, but they just threw up their hands and said, well, there's no alternative to capitalism. What can we do? We just have to, make do with the choices that the current system is giving us. So that was one of the big takeaways from that project. Beyond that, a lot of my work has really been interested in alternative approaches to journalism and how journalism practices are evolving, which is an interest that I share with Jeff, of course. And a lot of that has been pointing me towards solutions journalism nowadays. That, there's this new movement by journalists to try and engage with the search for solutions more specifically, rather than just always giving us bad news, which we're all familiar with, that we're always hearing about all the terrible things that are going on in the world, and it makes us depressed. And that's why a lot of people are tuning out of news to the degree that they are. And journalists have to acknowledge that if they want to continue engaging audiences, especially young and new audiences, they have to find new techniques for doing that, by the way, also serve society much better than the system that we currently have.
Wow, this is great, and I was actually wondering Jeff's take on it, on the very idea of resisting the news, as Jennifer described. So, what's your take on that?
First, I'm putting an order in right now for Jennifer's book, and thank you. And it's an important topic because I'm not one to defend legacy media for the virtue of its legacy. I think we've got to blow up journalism. I agree with Jennifer about solutions journalism and constructive journalism are important movements to reconsider. I had the privilege of starting a new degree at the Newmark School where I teach in what we called social journalism. Now we call it engagement journalism because that's what the industry uses. I don't really like either title, but the idea that you start with the community, you start with listening, you start with understanding the community's needs, reflecting the community's needs before you imagine what the journalism is. And I have a manuscript in the hand of reviewers right now, God help me, on the Gutenberg age and the Gutenberg parenthesis. And I've been researching a new project that's kind of the end of that process, the linotype. And when you see, I was just reading a rather villainous newspaper publisher named Whitlaw Reid of the New York Tribune in the late 1800s, who saw the explosion of mass media and saw, in fact, all of the changes that occurred that we accept as God-given, and that we shouldn't, that the nature of media as it was is not the way that media should be or journalism should be. And I push our students every year that it's up to them. I'm too damned old. It's up to them to reimagine what journalism can be. And I don't think we can start with what it was. I don't think we can start with the idea that we can restore trust, which I think is part of what I'm eager to read about from what Jennifer's research is doing, because a lot of people never trusted us, especially, and it's not just, the problem is we pay too damn much attention to people who look like me, old white men, and we don't pay attention to the communities that were left out of mass media, to Black Lives Matter and to Me Too and to Native Americans and to First Nations and to all these communities that were left out and were not, there were voices that were always there that were never heard in media. So alternative media isn't just the crap of Fox News. It's also the opportunity for new outlets that can finally serve people who weren't served and can listen to people in new ways. And so I think there's a very exciting time now, but it's a time of huge disruption. And Jennifer, I'm curious to hear, people always ask us in what we do, well, how are you going to fix this damn internet thing? And how are you going to get us back to where we were? And wasn't it wonderful before? And you raise solutions journalism. What solutions do you see for journalism itself?
Wow, that's a great one. I mean, there's so much experimentation going on beyond solutions journalism, as you mentioned, partly facilitated by new technologies, so there are reasons to find hope. I personally am not necessarily an optimistic, but I look for, positive signs, let's say. So I see journalism evolving and being more open-minded than it used to be. I mean, they're still stuck on this idea of objectivity and that advocacy is bad, right? But at the same time, all journalism in some way is advocating for a certain state of affairs. The current system is sort of supporting the status quo in a lot of ways. And even at a more base level, most journalists, according to, surveys like those that Weaver and Will Hoyt and Wilnitz do, a lot of journalists have excellent intentions, and they go into journalism because they want to make a difference in the world and because they want to help society, not because they want to just, you know, be neutral and stand back. So there's a certain line that journalists have to be aware of there in terms of advocating for the search for solutions rather than for particular solutions or, you know, particular institutions or points of view. So there is some reason for hope there, but, you know, the other part of it is audiences, that audiences, you know, I don't need to tell you about the problems with news literacy, that most people really don't understand very well how our news system works and what a lot of the constraints are on the kinds of news that we see, and the reasons why we are overwhelmed with so much bad news, rather than, you know, things that make us feel good about the world. And as a final note, I want to bring that back into the global village and saying, you know, that this really raises its head a lot when it comes to, especially here in the US, the dearth of international news. We tend to hear very little, except those of us who, you know, are news junkies seeking out the news. But, you know, the mainstream audience is exposed to, you know, on a regular basis, very little information about things that are going on in other countries and other cultures that work. You know, we hear about the coups, the disasters, a lot of the bad things that are happening elsewhere in the world. So if we want to build a global village, you know, we might start by learning about different kinds of people, not only beyond our national borders, but also within our countries, and different ways of doing things. That's actually one of the reasons that I propose unplugging, is that, you know, it's kind of an intercultural experience on the cheap, that you see your world and your community and your life very differently when you spend a day engaging with it without your phone. I mean, travel is even better, of course, you know, getting to live and work and study perhaps overseas and see that, you know, a lot of the assumptions that we have about the way that the world needs to work don't necessarily hold water, that there are all different kinds of ways of living that, you know, are valid and that might even be more sustainable or more fulfilling than the one that we take for granted.
Well put. And that's, I think, one of the potential of these post-pandemic times and response to that, so that really reflect on the things we used to take for granted and rethink and make it differently. I think this is one of the lessons we are learning. So I'll try to make a final merry-go-round, a final short final remarks, and so I'll bring back Mark from the green room. Mark, I'll turn over to you for some final remarks. It was a very engaging discussion on a community-based internet, community-based media, and final remarks looking ahead in the long-term future of the global village in the 21st century. Your final remarks.
Thank you, Paulo, and thank you, my colleagues. I realize you may have been sitting here listening, although Jeff knows I'm crazy already because we crossed paths in the past. Who is this guy not talking about journalism and media and all the fluffy up in the air around Ursula Franklin? I realize, you know, sometimes I forget my own storyline, and so much of what we're working on right now, certainly so much of where I come from, is something like activist journalism and solutions journalism, and I think that the opportunity we have now to lean into that is just tremendous and powerful. I really like the piece about also seeing the rest of the world and seeing different experiences through that. And the where Mozilla and the Trustworthy AI piece connect to journalism is we also have something which is at once tremendously different and tremendously the same as you know, the counterpoint to those kinds of alternative forms of journalism, and that's where we fit in, which is the platforms that are, I would say, at this point, the primary distribution channel of how people discover media and journalism. And we work a lot, to kind of counter the power of the platforms, but also, you know, to really surface and try to push things in a different direction. That, as you know, probably many people in this call will know, 70% of, say, on YouTube, what people view comes from their algorithm, and their algorithm is designed to give you stuff that's going to keep you watching, so that what you keep watching sells more ads. And that, is very different in that you don't have editors of the New York Times or CBS News as your decision makers of how most people discover news. And what they discover is often, not the kind of, certainly not solutions journalism or alternative views. And often it's misinformation or just like Fox News. And I think one of the things we have to do is look at not only what alternative media gets produced, but how we actually create the economic environment and the discovery environment that is different than what the platform economics are today. And in some ways, because they're advertising driven and about who controls the most, who controls the means of distribution, not that different than the media that we grew up with that we wanted to kind of break down. So I think for us, the Trustworthy AI piece is actually how do we change the data-driven algorithmic monetization system through which most people consume media, as much as it is about what media actually gets produced. And hopefully that's the piece where we can partner with, the likes of Jeff and Jennifer as we try to shape something different.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. That's a very nice advice for looking ahead. And so, thank you for your words, Jeff. Your final remarks. Conscious of time, yes, we still have a couple of minutes. And by the way, so you're seeing our next guests, special guests at 8 p.m. and I see them actually in the green room. So I see Andrew Levy. All right. So, Jeff, your final remarks, final thoughts for running ahead and to build a more sustainable media ecosystem for the global village.
I guess I come back to a core McLuhan question: is what the hell is media? What the hell are media? We can't even decide whether it's singular or plural to start with. And I remember, I think we all, if we're honest with ourselves, tried to struggle with what the hell does the medium as the message even mean. And when McLuhan said the light bulb is pure media, I didn't understand what the hell he meant. And I was doing research, and I came across the great story of the town bell around Savonarola that was taken down and whipped in the street and brought into exile because the bell was the message. The bell was the community's mechanism for communicating, and that anything in our world now can be media and should be seen as media in a larger ecosystem. And emoji and memes and TikTok and collaboration. And I celebrate the explosion of collaboration that we have. And so, like Jennifer and like Mark, I think that there's a push for us to be pessimistic out there, but I hear a wonderful spirit of optimism and of watching what can be invented in this discussion. And I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Jeff. I totally agree. We need some optimism for consciously and with awareness, looking ahead. Jennifer, it's now your final remarks turn. So please.
Yeah, some keywords that I've been thinking about are patience and empathy, as well as slack. And by that, I mean, sort of cutting ourselves some slack as well as cutting other people some slack, which, on an individual level means having, a little bit more empty space and empty time, which enables you to, move the puzzle pieces of your life around a little bit more. Lowering your productivity expectations a little bit. I know in our culture, the idea of slacking is unpopular because there's this idea that it means, you're not doing anything, you're not getting enough done. But of course it's relative. And, our culture is probably, one in the world that shows the least appreciation for entertainment, for recreation, for relaxation. So I think if we think of it as a scale, there's, we are able to move a little bit to shift our attentions towards getting a little bit less done and enjoying life a little bit more, but also in empowering other people to do the same.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jeff, Mark, and all the villagers actually sharing thoughts. I was keeping an eye on the chat and discussions going on in response to your stimulations and your provocative thoughts. And so, thank you again, Jennifer, Jeff, Mark. Thank you for running with us. Thank you for being part of the Global Village. I look forward to seeing you again and running again together, maybe next year, if there will be a third edition of the Global Village. And keep it up with the good, the great work. And thank you again for running the marathon with us. Ciao. All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Jeff. And yes, I see. It's perfect timing. I see our next special guests in the green room. And so, as usual, I'm going to call a short break, just 60 seconds, 1 minute to refresh and getting ready for another exciting session, another exciting discussion and contribution. And so enjoy 60 seconds break, and the Global Village will be back in 1 minute. Welcome back, Global Village Day, and so it's 8 p.m. in Toronto, but it's this is the Global Village, so good evening or good morning, wherever you are. It's a great pleasure. So it's 8 p.m. So we look forward to another exciting, engaging discussion with our next special guests from all the Global Village, all across the Global Village, because I see they are, I think, probably located in 2 or 3 different countries. And so look forward to another engaging conversation. So, but before moving on, I'd like to call our villagers and folks. As you know, we are live streaming on Facebook and YouTube, and thanks to the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So we are live on YouTube, and the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook page. We are live streaming on Facebook as well. And so, villagers, folks, I want to see you more engaged this time. Okay, so for this panel, for this session, I really look forward to your contributions. So, folks, villagers, please share your comments, share your questions and thoughts. It's really now time to get involved with some questions for our next guests. And so I see there are discussions going on, round of applauses, and many other nice reactions. And so feel free to step in anytime, my friends, right? So feel free to step in, enjoy the conversation. So share your good vibes, share your greetings. Let us know where are you connected from, and which part of the Global Village you are at the moment, in which hemisphere, which country, or latitude. So we know that our special guests are from 12 different countries, and it's really representative of the global village. And so I really look forward to your participation. I see, Jennifer actually is, Jennifer, just our guest, is still engaged in a discussion with our forces. So this is absolutely great. And so let's keep the discussion going on and on. So villagers, feel free to share your thoughts, share your good vibes, your greetings, and I really look forward to see. I'll keep an eye on the chat in a multitasking mode in order to really embrace you all, engage you all in a joint conversation. So this is the aim of the Global Village. This is not another Zoom meeting or Teams meeting. It's a live broadcasting where we really want to make a community effort, a community building exercise. We really love to see the Global Village as a way to foster a global community of people, villagers, that really take care of the future of the global village in the 21st century to possibly build a more equitable, sustainable, open, and inclusive global village in the 21st century. So it's now time, particularly now, in response to a global disruption, a global pandemic, it's now time to reflect upon these implications and how we can get better, how we can really learn from this pandemic. In fact, this is one of the core questions for the Global Village Day. The lessons we are learning, the lessons we learned that can, help us to not just going back to the normal, but build absolutely a new global village, a more sustainable global village in response to the pandemic. And I see our folks excited to see two great minds. And actually, okay, all right. Thank you, Wagner. Thank you, Wagner. You just gave me a hook for introducing our special guests, and I think. It's a nice panel. It's going to be a nice session. Back in the 90s, I think both Pierre Levy and Lev Manovich inspired a global community of scholars and thinkers all across the world. Their books were translated in many languages. And I think back in the 90s, we really needed a well-grounded approach to rethink the media environment, the media ecosystem, and media and technology ecosystem on the shoulder of more substantial humanistic thinking. And not by chance, both Lev Manovich, I do remember when I've been reading his books, and surprisingly and pleasantly discovering his humanistic roots into the avant-garde, into arts, aesthetics, so those humanistic roots of media studies. And that was fundamental in the 90s to really make sense of the fast developments of internet as a mass medium and the digital society. And Pierre Levy as well. So he gave us the very idea of the anthropological space, the idea of the virtual reality and the virtual, the connective intelligence, right? To really somehow, right, rethink that membrane embracing the whole world now is taken a tangible form as the internet and the World Wide Web. And so I'm happy that finally, thanks to the Global Village, we can retrieve those inspiring foundational works for understanding the information and communication society and looking ahead so we can take the most of those intellectual giants. And the third one will be Andrew McLuhan, a champion of the McLuhan's legacy, that from the same probing, artistic, poetic approach will give us insights, and I'm sure the conversation will be absolutely engaging. So I'll start from Pierre Levy. Pierre Levy, as a professor at the University of Montreal, fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, and author of about 15 books translated in several languages, including Collective Intelligence, Becoming Virtual, Cyberculture, The Semantic Sphere. I want to know more about the semantic sphere, and he is a co-founder of and CEO of Inklect, metadata, and inventor of IEML, Information Economy Meta Language. I'm sure many of you want to know more about IEML, and so it's with great pleasure and absolutely I want to welcome and share good vibes and share my warmest welcome to Pierre Levy. Hello, Pierre. Welcome into Global Village.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to us instead of Netflix.
Right. Well said. Well said. Right. This is an alternative to Netflix. It's a live Netflix. Wonderful. And so, Pierre, where are you right now, and how are you? So, what's your feeling in this moment? So, how are you?
Okay. Currently, I'm in Montreal, and I'm trying to to start my company that is featuring IEML. So, as you were asking, what is this meta language? In fact, it is an artificial language that has the same expressive power as a natural language on one side, and on the other side, it is a regular language, like a computer language. And for me, that is the kind of symbolic system that is able to exploit at the maximum the possibilities of the new digital environment. Basically, that's the goal of this language.
Wonderful.
And the first use of it will be to design metadata systems, knowledge graphs, and more generally information systems. And I think that information systems are the kind of a new art form, because we live more and more inside information systems, and we have to think about them not only from a pure functional point of view, but we should also think about it from an aesthetic point of view, a cultural point of view, from a humanistic point of view. That is basically what I am trying to do. So also, I would like to say, I'm not necessarily sure that this language will be adopted. It's also a kind of performance. I would like to
this is
see
interesting, a
where it
performative
can
language.
go. Yes.
Okay. So I like your probing approach in experimenting language and the semantic sphere, the semantic aspect of the information society. And well, so we look forward to seeing your experimentations in a marriage between I like to call the semantic environment, the semantic sphere. So like a marriage between the legacy of semiotics and the semiosphere, right? It came to my mind the very idea of Yuri Lotman, the semiosphere, right? The unconscious sphere of the Yuri Lotman argued in the field of
the whole tradition of semiotics, linguistics, semantics, and on one side, but on the other side, the tradition of Chomsky, I mean the linguist, and the theoretical reflection on the algorithms. Okay. So I think we should have a medium that encompass at the same time humanism and rigorous mathematics and technology.
Yeah, that's a great ongoing challenge, the marriage between these two realism worlds. So I look forward to discussing furtherly with you, absolutely, Pierre. So thank you for providing already an appetizer of your work. I'll be back to you. Be reminded about the housekeeping I gave you. So the housekeeping of the torch, the symbolic object to represent the global village in 21st century, and the core question, the lessons we are learning in the current scenario. And so, Pierre, I'll be back to you in a short while, and I'll look forward to keeping discussing. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you, Pierre. And now it's time for talking about languages. Actually, let's move on to introduce our second special guest, Lev Manovich, a leading theorist of digital culture worldwide, a pioneer in the use of data sciences for analysis of the visual culture, visualization, data visualization. Manovich is one of the most frequently cited authors worldwide in the fields of media theory, digital culture, new media, and among many other publications, the language of media, software culture, and many others. Recently, just in time for the Global Village Day, what a serendipity, he published, I think it should be available, maybe some of the folks on the chat can find this very brand new, maybe they can post a link, recently, Interfaces for a Global Village, Nam June Paik, Marshall McLuhan, and the Future. And so, please join me, welcome into the Global Village. What a pleasure, what a great excitement to welcome into the Global Village, Lev Manovich. Hello, Lev, how are you? Hello.
Hi, good evening, and good morning to me. It's 9 a.m. in Korea.
That's wonderful. I hear some birds.
I'm doing great. Well, it's actually crickets, but one of the things about South Korea is that nature is integrated into cities. So we wake up and we hear birds, and we're like in the middle of a big city.
Wonderful. No, thank you for bringing a little bit of nature in this super technological setting we have here with all these cameras and everything. So thank you for bringing a little bit of nature into our discussion. So I still hear some noise, maybe turning your camera.
Noise. No, but I'm using headphones, right? So
okay. No, the crickets. I mean,
the crickets. It's nature, so I can't. You want me to kill them? Okay, let me close the window just a moment.
Yeah. Why not? So thank you. I much appreciate your efforts. So we don't have crickets right here in Turin, but somehow, yes, it's definitely much better Lev. So, Lev, how are you? And how are you? So how are you feeling right now after 18 months of pandemic? And so, what's going on there?
Sure. Well, I'm feeling great. It was probably the best year and a half of my life because I discovered, new ways to live. And also, I was very lucky, right, to stay in South Korea, which is, I think, one of the most modern and functional societies, kind of opposite of America, even though now we're not doing so well, and to see how a different type of society is dealing with pandemic. And what you see, of course, yes, there's lots of differences in government, but ultimately, I think the reason this part of Asia has done so well is that it's a more communal society, right? So people are brought up to think about others before thinking themselves, right? So that's why everybody wears mask automatically. You don't have to tell them, because people think about themselves. And there's lots of social science research where researchers compare societies, right, or countries from different dimensions. And if you look at the collectivity versus individualism dimension, like here's all the countries, America is a really outlier. So I think that's one of the reasons we see these huge tragic numbers in America. It's just people, behave perhaps and we don't care about others as much.
Yeah, wonderful. And it's nice that you brought up the very idea of creativity as a way to. I think somehow creativity was a factor that informed your entire career, your work. So I've always been very excited to see your ability of connecting rigorous media studies with the ability of exploring opportunities in many fields. And I think am I right to say that your creative probing approach is somehow informed by your humanistic studies, formalism and avant-garde, that kind of roots that informed your creative and probing studies?
Yeah, well, thank you for this question. One thing I'm hoping to get a few minutes later in this hour to talk about my new book, where McLuhan is featured very prominently. So this article which you mentioned, it's just the first chapter of a book. And because, I'm like very relaxed here and not bothered with constant travel, I wrote this book in 1 month. Right? So about my approach. So I think the way to maybe understand what I do is my original education was in fine arts, right? I studied art in private academies since the age of 13, when I studied architecture, when I studied filmmaking in the film school. And then in my late 20s, I realized that my theoretical desire to understand how images, visual communication works is somehow stronger, so I got a PhD. So the way I think about myself, I'm not an academic, right? It's obvious. Academics don't trust me, even though they might like me. I'm an artist who chose the academy and academic writing as my medium. Right? So other artists create artworks, installations, films, and then they let critics and curators write about them. I said, no, I don't want somebody else to write about them. So I'm actually going to do something opposite, right? I'm going to create these academic writings, but basically deal with as an artist, and this allows me to ask questions which don't fit into any of existing academic fields because I actually don't care where I fit, right? I'm just a curious person. So I think that creativity, is another very complex world, but I think curiosity is perhaps even more important. So for me, it's curiosity.
Hello, Lev. So sorry.
Okay. Now it's okay.
Okay, sorry, my fault. No, I was wondering. I was really intrigued by the idea that you are so brave in describing yourself as an artist. So, what about your students? Do you inform your teaching, your pedagogy, and trying to turn your students into artists, or just let them choose what they want? So, what's the relationship with your students?
So I think there is some kind of misunderstanding out there, right? Because people read my books and we think I'm academic. I was trained as art. I was a professional artist. I worked in visual effects for 9 years, and I've been teaching in the art department all my life, right? I was hired as an artist, but then recently, when I realized how data is becoming very important, algorithms, I taught myself data science in 2010, and then in 2 years, I got a job as a professor of computer science. And I see a big difference, right? Because now I'm teaching computer science students and PhD students. It's a torture, right? Because it's completely different ways of thinking. And like one of the things I learned is that with science students, we don't know how to use internet, right? So you can tell them something, so go and look online, right? Or just find some tool and do something, and it's more difficult for them. So one of the interesting things is, in my experience, my digital art students, maybe because we use digital tools, and I teach seniors, in a way, like we're better citizens of data society, information society, because in digital arts, right, you don't use one software like Photoshop, you can find lots of tools and combine them. And the last thing I want to say, I think one of the problems with kind of global village today, why we're still far from global village, is most people don't know how to Google things. Right? All the time, like people invite me to give a talk, and when I look at my bio, and we put some bio from 10 years ago, so with academics don't even know, but you can Google and find my website. So, we have this amazing instrument, and people are very concerned about fake news, etc. It's very important. But majority of people have no idea how to find stuff on internet. And that's kind of, in a way, very strange and fascinating phenomenon.
Wow, yeah, this is absolutely great. And Lev, thank you for already providing an overview of your story, your approach. I think that is wonderful. And I'll be back to you. So be reminded about the torch. If you have an object to symbolize the global village in the 21st century, I want to know more about your upcoming book. So maybe you can tell us more about your.
I think this is one of the such objects, right? Because this connects me. This connects me. This is one of the objects because it connects me to the kind of audio sphere, right? The semantic sphere of internet.
Wonderful. And all right, so in the next merry-go-round, I want to know more about your global village, Namjoon Paik. So I'm very curious to know, because Namjoon Paik actually was very inspired by McLuhan, right? Of course, we know that, and I think the global groove and medium is the medium, that kind of visual experimentation by Namjoon Paik were clearly inspired by McLuhan. I think Paik did McLuhan Caged, which is an artwork, an art installation where McLuhan was actually magnified with that Namjoon Paik typical magnet. And so we will talk more about Namjoon Paik, Marshall McLuhan, and the future, particularly maybe the future. So I'll be back to you in a few minutes. Okay, Lev? Thank you. And now, finally, let me present our third special guest for this session, Andrew McLuhan. It's a great pleasure. And firstly, I'm very grateful to Andrew and the McLuhan Institute. Andrew is the founder and director of the McLuhan Institute for hosting the Global Village Day and the McLuhan Institute YouTube. And so I wanted to really express my gratitude. And Andrew, among many other things, as a writer, as a maker, as a thinker, a dreamer, I think that comes from his Twitter profile. Anyway, writer, maker, thinker, dreamer, and director of the McLuhan Institute. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome back into the Global Village Andrew McLuhan. Hello, Andrew. How are you?
Paolo, I'm very well. It's really good to see you. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. So nice T-shirt, the McLuhan Institute, and this is absolutely great.
Almost, pretty close.
And by the way, that will match my T-shirt, the medium, the board game as the message. So I'm hearing some connecting issues. Andrew, you are frozen, and I think maybe if we keep having some connection problems, I think it's better if you turn off the camera, and so maybe just audio will run smoothly. Okay. So can you hear me now? So all good?
Yeah, I got you. We should be good.
All right. Crossing fingers. And so, as usual, how are you? Where are you? And a little bit of appetizer in terms of things you're working on, your poetic probing approach. So we know you as a creative thinker and really in the same legacy of that probing approach that Marshall McLuhan used to use for firing the global imagination. So what's going on there at the McLuhan Institute, Andrew?
Oh, thank you, Paolo. Yeah, I'm speaking to you from the McLuhan Institute headquarters here at McLuhan's library in Bloomfield, Ontario. The internet should be okay. I had a turkey vulture sitting on our tower that has our internet thing on it. So if it cuts out, we'll have to blame it on the turkey vulture.
All right.
But
good to know. Go ahead.
Now, you didn't mention it, but since everybody else was, I do have a book out recently called Written Matter, which is a book of poetry. So just to plug that. Oh, you got it. Excellent. Thank you, Paolo.
Yeah, sure. I got it. A little bit of promotion, Written Matter. And recently, 2021. So what about this book? So tell us more.
Oh, yeah, I've written poetry most of my life for as long as I can remember. And I drifted away from it for a little while. And I found, during lockdown, I kind of reconnected with poetry, moving out here to this place from our place nearby in Picton. I had a bit of time to write, and I started writing again. And these are all poems. It's poems and images, and the poems kind of speak to the images. All about, life during the pandemic, and somehow turned into a book. So a great friend of mine at Revelor Press wanted to publish it, and I was thrilled to be able to do it. I'm told it's the second best-selling poetry book in Picton, so that's obviously an honor. You can. Thank you, James. You can get it in Picton, Ontario, if you're nearby, or Revelor Press out of Oregon, Seattle, Washington. Revelorpress.com, I think, is where you can buy copies online. I also want to say happy birthday, Marshall McLuhan. Behind me here is one of the birthday cards that Marshall received from a friend of his. Friends of his, York and Leela Wilson. York Wilson was a painter who lived near the McLuhans and Whitwood Park, and I have a card here. So happy birthday, Granddad. He died at age 69, unfortunately, very young. I guess the older I get, the younger that seems. But he left behind so much. It almost boggles the mind if he'd lived another decade, how much we would still have to wade through. So in a short time, big impact. Thank you, Paolo, for hosting this annual little get-together, which is a very great thing for the community. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing here with such big heavyweights like Mr. Manovich and Levy, but it's going to be a good conversation. Thank you for including.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a good conversation because there is a common trait between Andrew and Pierre Levy and Lev Manovich, and so the common trait is that probing a poetic approach. Not by chance. I think Pierre. I think the only one. I'm the only one in Italy who has read your it's not a poetry book, it's a kind of fictional book translated into Italian about fire. I do remember that beautiful.
Yes.
I'm the only copy sold is mine. No, just kidding. But essentially, once again, the probing poetic approach is the common trait between Pierre Levy, Andrew McLuhan, and Lev Manovich. So three great thinkers and champions of our times that share the same love of reading, love of poetry, love of unconventional thinking as a way to foster creative and probing thinking. So that's is that right? So Pierre, what was the title of that book? As I can't remember. Sorry.
In French, it was Le Feu Libérateur. So liberating fire.
Yeah, liberating fire.
Something like
similar
this.
In Italian, I think.
It's a kind of spiritual, poetic book. It's written in fragments, so very different from my other books that are very systematic. Sure. So but don't repeat to anyone, but I consider myself also as an artist, like Andrew and Lev.
All right, and
I am faking
Lev is waving this way, it's a thumb up, right? So
yes,
absolutely.
I am faking being an academic. I'm not really
pretending to be. And I think McLuhan himself was to some extent an artist, right?
It was the same for McLuhan. I have been said that when he went into the cafeteria of the University of Toronto, other professors did not want to lunch with him, to have lunch with him.
Yeah. And I think, well, you know, the intellectual environment within which Marshall McLuhan at St. Michael's College in the University of Toronto could find the right kind of subsoil for making his ideas germinate. It was also an intellectual environment rooted into the scholastic philosophy, Thomism, the medieval philosophy, and that philosophy is the place where a kind of science of imagination, I think, popped up, right? So there are beautiful pieces of Aquinas' writings, where if you don't have that mind, you cannot get into it. So go ahead.
Yes, I want to say that the thesis, the PhD thesis of Marshall McLuhan is really a fantastic book. It's the history of trivium from the beginning in the Greco-Roman antiquity until the Renaissance. And he's very sad because the grammar, the literary part of the trivium have been forgotten during the major part of the Western history. So it's a great book, and I incite people to read it.
All right, and I see it's a session on confessions. I like it, and I think it's very playful, and because you all declared, where's Andrew? Andrew, because you all declared you are artists somehow. So now let's really, and that's okay. I think that is the trivium. Let me see, Andrew. All right, turn it a little bit. It's too light. All right, sorry, the trivium. And all right, let's do it. Let's play a game, okay? So let's turn it into a playful confession. So I'll one at a time. I'm going to start with Pierre, and then Lev, and then Andrew. Sorry, Lev, Pierre. I give you a chance to make a confession to Marshall McLuhan. So let's pretend again you have a chance to confess something to Marshall, and now it's your time. You can turn a little bit your face right, on the right, and then this is the confessional. No, the other way, this side. No, the other way, right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, this is the confessional. So now it's your chance to make a confession to Marshall McLuhan. Your call.
Okay, but dear Marshall, I was very much influenced by your work, and I realized reading your books and papers that media are very, very important in the history of culture. So in history in general. But I would like to indicate three concepts that cannot have been remarked by Marshall McLuhan because it is related to the current digital environment. I think that we are witnessing a new kind of communication that I call stigmergic communication. And you know, this term stigmergy has been coined by ethologists when they want to describe the way insects and particular ants communicate with each other. The ants do not communicate one-to-one. One ant does not send a message to another ant. What they do is they leave trails of pheromones into the environment. And it is through this indirect communication by the medium of their common environment that they communicate and form a collective intelligence. And we are doing the same with the digital memory. Of course, we can send messages back and forth between individuals, but the main way we are communicating is by leaving traces into the global digital memory. Every time we read, we write, we buy, we like, we hashtag, and so on, we are transforming the big database. And we are transforming it not only for us, but also for the others. So it's a collective process of read-write by a lot of individuals that are transforming, adding, subtracting, reorganizing the global digital memory. And this is the real way we are communicating. Of course, this process is not conscious. We are not really aware of it. And my dream is to find a way to make it reflexive, conscious. This is my homage to Marshall McLuhan.
Did it again.
So
okay. It was did it again, and no, it was a perfect synthesis and a great long confession to Marshall, and also the very idea of as summarized by Lev as a global digital memory, which is a perfect term. And so I think it's absolutely great. Okay, thank you, Lev, thank you, Pierre, for playing with the confessional. It's now turn over Lev Manovich. Lev, now it's your turn. You have a chance at this stage of your long-standing career to finally confess something to Marshall, and that's the point. I'm gonna put you this way, like smoking cigars. So your confession to Marshall McLuhan, Lev.
Marshall, I want to say three things. So first of all, I would not be here. I would never be who I am. I would never be invited here without you. Because as you know perfectly well, in the 50s, in a North American context, people started this field of communication and media studies, and we focused on the content of messages. Right? And you were the first one to realize that we have to pay attention to the medium, the interface, the data structures, right? The networks, and this is more important than the content, the effect the new medium has on society. And definitely you're right because you were talking about new media as accelerating things. And of course, the internet and then web and social media have accelerated things greatly. But I also have to confess about two things, which maybe I prefer not to tell you, but I have to tell you the truth. So the global village you were talking about in your 1962 book never existed, and it still doesn't exist. So in 1962, there was no satellite television. The first link between America and France was 1963. Obviously, nobody knew what was happening in Asia. Nobody knew what was happening in China and so on, or Soviet Union. And all the people living behind the Iron Curtain were completely isolated, and I describe it in my article. So what about today? Right? Today, out of 8 billion people in the world, almost 5 billion people using internet. Right? So you would think that this global village would exist. But I think it exists in a way even less because of this effect, so-called winner takes all. Right? I mean, I don't agree with this idea that algorithms only show things in order to monetize you, because computer scientists are not so stupid, right? We're smarter than most of us. And the algorithms are designed in a very sophisticated way, and that we use neural networks and we use signals. But at the same time, I think what's happening today, right? So in your time, you can read newspaper, and when you watch TV, it's an information environment. And you were a genius because you saw a future because of the impact of TV, right? And then we have internet, we have global village. The problem is with the algorithms and also people magnify with few ideas and magnify the current news, right? So, for example, in the last year, I've been searching various syllabi in humanities. And normally in humanities, you have a syllabi which looks at history, the way you did, which would cover, hundreds of thousands of years. And I'm coming across more and more academic syllabi where all the readings are from last year. The other day, I was searching internet about the history of use of AI in art, and there is probably a link, but before it was a million links about what happened yesterday. So partly it happens because of algorithms, partly it happens because of people, right? Because people see something and then copy it and paste. Unfortunately, most of them are not creative, most of them are not original, but most of them copy each other. And now we have a mandate. I have to have a blog, right? I have to have a Twitter, I have to have a Facebook. So certain ideas get magnified, repeated millions of times, and other ideas don't make it. So while today we have 5 billion people connected, right, and we can all talk to each other and write about everything, the only places left where you can actually have serious discussion is in fact universities. Right? So we're like even more in the Middle Ages. And if you look at New York Times or if you look at TV in 1980, it was way more intellectual than today. Right? It was really academic. So that's a paradox, right, which I have to confess about, and I'm hoping it's not the last stage in the development of, as Pierre defined it, global digital memory, while we have more and more people participating, and we're strongly connected. So we have the technical foundation of global village. What we have instead is a hierarchy which still prioritizes a small number of Western global cities and still prioritizes the present, right, over the past. And one thing people have to learn from you is looking at thousands of years and thinking about media technology. And this, of course, allows you to see specificity of your current era. We kind of shift from the linear thinking of print and typography to what you describe as a new mosaic and cubist, right, spatial thinking of a new electronic era. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. And that was another great confession, and more than a confession, I think something to think about. And I'll be back to you. I want to learn more. Maybe you can give us a premiere news about your upcoming, your future book. So I'll be back to you for some final remarks and some anticipations and premiere news about your global village book or whatever. So I really look forward to it. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, Lev. And I wanted to hear the confession from Andrew, and which is okay. Andrew, I still see maybe a little bit frozen. Andrew, can you hear me? All good?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Ah, all right. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, yes. So your time for the confession.
I'm gonna blame it on the vultures. Well, you know, it's kind of funny. Are you over here?
Yeah, right.
It's kind of funny to have me confessing to Marshall. Of course, I can't hide anything from Marshall. Given his current discarnate condition, he is everywhere and sees and hears everything. So nothing. Confess the obvious to him, and that is that I haven't been reading enough Finnegan's Wake. I'm sorry about that, Granddad. I'll remedy that situation right now. In case this hasn't happened yet. Here we go. Page 333. And the message she brought Bila from the missus she bragged above that had her agony stays outside her sorry chemise, blanking her shifts for to keep up the fashion since the king of all dronings kissed her beeswicked hand, fang pierced me hunky and full of maunders. Her fist like a tub-tail of mundane clothes fed to the chaps with working medicals, and her birthright pang that would split an atom like the 40 pins in her hood was to fade huncher, a howdy-dowdy, to mountainy mots in her amnest plain language from his fane awan his hot and taut last to pierce the rope-a-lope ear how. So I hope that goes some way toward my penance, Marshall. I should mention that at the moment of Sputnik, it became a global theater in which there are no spectators but only actors. This is just responding to Lev about the global village. The global village, of course, was coined to talk about radio and the age of radio, which ended in 1957 when Sputnik went around the earth and created the world as a work of art. And Marshall didn't figure that out for another 10 plus years, but he did finally realize that the global village turned into the global theater with Sputnik. And it's just gone bonkers now that we have thousands and thousands and thousands more satellites up there.
Wow,
for reading the wake, Paolo.
Thank you. No, thank you, Andrew. Unfortunately, we did experience still some connection issues. So, but no worry. That's normal in in the global village. Still to work on it. And so I see from the comments a lot of kudos to you, Andrew. By the way, so thank you, Andrew, and many other people cheering and applauding to your performance, Andrew, and to your confession. I much appreciate your confession, and this is all. I think we have time for a final merry-go-round with that was a very unconventional session. I think I enjoyed a lot, and now I look forward to some final remarks from our artists, scholars, and thinkers. And so I'll bring for first Pierre. Where are you, Pierre? Pierre Levy. Yes. Your final remarks. So we are going to the end of this session. Your final remarks for rethinking the global village in the 21st century. What's your take?
Okay, my take is that in the Gutenberg galaxy, we witness a scientific revolution, the revolution of the mathematical sciences of nature, and also a political revolution, the emergence of the nation state. And I think that in the new digital age and the advent of this big digital global memory is as important as the invention of the printing press, probably, or even more. There will be new scientific revolutions, for example, a revolution in the humanities, that are going to use a lot of statistics, a lot of machine learning, a lot of what Lev Manovich calls cultural analytics. And I think that we are just at the beginning of the exploitation of this global memory for and by social sciences and humanities. And I think that there will be a kind of scientific revolution, maybe thanks to a kind of semantic coordinate system that will help to unify this extraordinary diversity. So a scientific revolution and probably also a political revolution. And we can see today this political revolution. I think that the new form, the new political form, is the platform state that we are witnessing in China and in the United States, a kind of merging of the big tech companies who have the big data centers, the material basis of the digital memory, and the traditional nation states, with all the problem that this is posing, of course. But I think that that's happening, and we should be very careful and analyze this as precisely as we can.
So thank you, Pierre. Thank you, and that is very relevant. And I wish we could keep discussing, and maybe there will be another chance in the near future for sharing and keep discussing about your research. So thank you again. Stay with us, Pierre. And it's now time for final remarks. Lev, where are you here? Lev, what's your final remarks in this Global Village session, artistic session?
Sure. So my final remarks, among thousands I could have made, is actually about the role of art, but not like this kind of art, but design, interface design, user experience design, and so on. So the idea of my article, which is the first chapter of my book, that McLuhan was a genius, and he absolutely saw into the future. And in the 90s, his global village became possible technologically. But one thing which he didn't question is the existing interfaces with global village. So I think already in 1960s, with many TV programs being broadcast, we don't have the right interface, right? We just have TV, and if you want to watch different programs, you have to switch channels. So already there is a delay between our interface, which kind of structures information and how much information we produce. And 6 years later, of course, the situation is even worse, because the technology solutions which technologists have created, which we have accepted, they're great, but they're limited. Recommendation system and research. And research and recommendations, as we discussed earlier, is going to privilege certain things which other people like, and so on. So in fact, we have global village, we have this global digital memory, but unless you computer programmer and you kind of know, how to access it directly, you'll never see most of it, right? You'll never see most of this continent. So the argument of my article is that we need to have more artists and humanities people who know computer science, because this innovation is not going to come from computer scientists, because it is artists, and specifically media artists, in the last 50 years, we have been thinking about new interfaces, interactive installations, interfaces to the internet which have 300 screens and so on, right? So as we produce more and more information, I think the kind of revolutions Pierre is so enthusiastically talks about will happen, but will happen even faster if people in humanities and arts figure out how to interface with global digital memory in a much better way than the single column view, right? So just to finish, McLuhan was right? We have a spatial, non-hierarchical environment, but the search engines and the social media formatted into a single column, where things are ranked in importance, and it's becoming harder and harder to find kind of things which are not in top 40. So I think that's the situation, and I think it's one of the biggest challenges of our time for artists, right? Not to keep making more idiotic paintings, not to keep making more idiotic NFT works, but actually think the way Renaissance people thought, or people 100 years ago, to redesign how we communicate, how we save information, how we access it, how we visualize it, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. And Andrew, yeah, we still have well, a few seconds. So your final remarks, Andrew, maybe share a probe or any relevant final insight for us.
Well, thanks again for having me. Sorry for the tech glitches, but this is living in country life for you. I wanted to share the picture. This was Marshall's last birthday at Witchwood Park, 1980, July 21st. And there's my Uncle Michael and my father holding me in his arms. And I treasure that little thing. So happy birthday, Marshall McLuhan. Thank you, Paolo, for putting this on. Oh, the one I'll pass on is the left-hand pencil. And it's left-handed because when you hold a pencil in your right hand, you can read the printing, but if you put it in your left hand, it's upside down. So these are specially printed so that you can read them when you're holding them in your left hand. I appreciate that. So passing the torch. Hi to Jen and Joan and Ken. Joan and Ken gave me this custom-made shoe, by the way.
I see it. Yeah.
Joan is one of and shout out to my students in the Understanding Media Intensive, who some are watching. Joan's one of them. And I appreciate you guys, and we'll talk soon.
Wonderful. So thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Lev, Pierre. It was a very creative session. So I enjoyed a lot, notwithstanding some technical difficulties. But thank you very much. You really made this Global Village Day more exciting, more creative. And so thank you for bringing your creativity, your joy of learning from Marshall McLuhan and stimulating conversations all across the Global Village. So thank you, Pierre, Lev, and Andrew. Thank you very much for joining us in the Global Village Day. Thank you. Bye. See you soon. See you soon in the Global Village. All right, wonderful, and it's now time finally to getting ready for the next session, next time slot. As usual, we're gonna take a short break, so 60 seconds are enough for getting ready to the next session with special guests, Margaret Atwood, John Stacey, and Ken Stacey. I can't wait to really dive into the next session. And so 60 seconds, the Global Village Day will be back in 1 minute. Let's take a break. Hello everyone, welcome back. Hello villagers, welcome back to the Global Village Day, a 12-hour intellectual marathon. So we are running all together, 9 p.m. in Toronto, but we are live streaming everywhere in the world. And so thanks to the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel and the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook page, we are live and still alive in the Global Village Day, and a beautiful gathering of scholars from all across the globe, from 12 different countries, actually. And it's a great pleasure for me to really just facilitate the gathering of this intellectual community and a community-making, community-building exercise. I'm very excited, so getting ready for another session with 3 great special guests. And so I'm really looking forward to your participation. So folks, villagers, as usual, feel free to let us know where are you right now, in which part of the global village you are connected from. And so it's nice to share good vibes, and it's nice to share your thoughts, your questions. So this is your space, so feel free to use the chat and on Facebook and YouTube, and so let us know, share your good vibes. So we are really look forward to seeing your comments to make this session even more interactive, and it's a kind of interplay. It's a very interactive session, so we are very keen to stimulate conversations and exciting dialogues, even to foster the pleasure of conversation, to foster that kind of pedagogy that started up with McLuhan and the Monday night seminars, the idea of sitting in circles, sitting around and discussing a sort of what's going on session, or a what you're doing Marshall McLuhan, right? So you may remember the what you're doing Marshall McLuhan and John Lennon and Yoko Ono did the same. Look at this. What you doing, Marshall McLuhan? Yeah, that was nice. And so what you're doing, Global Village? So villagers, folks. So absolutely, you are very welcome to join us on the Facebook chat, the YouTube chat, and share your good vibes. And I see Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Toronto is officially everywhere today. Yes, absolutely. It's 9:07 in Toronto. It's everywhere, but it's a global village that have it's nowhere and everywhere. So here, Danielle, hello, Danielle. Thank you for sharing. So thank you for and we have Lev Manovich, one of our special guests, just left and actually left a mark on the chat. So thank you, Lev. So it was great to having you. And Umberto, hello, Umberto. And then I see James out here in Kilos watching the fires burn. And thank you for your kind words. Andrew, Toronto, oh no, we did it already. And I think, there was I'm not sure. Okay, I think that's a greeting, some greetings for Lev Manovich, actually. All right, so thank you, everyone. So that is the absolutely a great to see all the folks, the villagers sharing good vibes. And well, let's get started. So I see 2 of 3 special guests are about to, I see them in the green room. And so this is absolutely nice. And so I wanted to bring into the conversation, so introducing 2 of our special guests for this session. And so Joan Stacy, she's a Canadian visual storyteller and author and illustrator of the 2019 graphic novel Aurora Borealis, a memoir of triumph over the educational system informed by the ideas of Marshall McLuhan and Eric McLuhan, who was her mentor for over 30 years. And Ken Stacy, Canadian visual storyteller, his 2019 graphic novel Warbears was created with Margaret at food. And I'm sure we will talk more about this. And so it is with great pleasure that I really welcome into the global village John and Ken. Hello, everyone. Hello, John, and hello, Ken. How are you? John, how are you?
Great.
Ciao. I like your dramatic opening. Thank you. Ciao, Ken.
Is this on?
Yes, absolutely on and well here. And so wonderful to see you. Wonderful to have you. John, how are you?
I am great. And Paolo, I'm honored to be on your show. I mean, for years, when I go to Toronto and I see that the McLuhan conference is coming on, and I think, oh, I really have to go to one of these one time, but I never expected to be actually on it. So this is really special for me.
And it's special for us. So thank you, John, for joining us. Ken, what's going on? What you doing, Ken?
I'm just trying to connect any way I can. I brought my communicator here, so I'm ready to follow. Can you hear me? I mean, it's pretty amazing that those of us who are of a certain age who grew up with Star Trek, 1966 to 2021, right?
Wow, that's a huge time span. Wonderful.
You'll also notice that I've put on the media environment that I'm most familiar with, and which of course is comic books. So
sure. Wonderful. I see one of your wonderful shirts that really sparks your as you say, your visual environment, so the environment that you live in. And so this is absolutely great. And so while we getting ready for our third special guest joining us, I think in a moment, I will. Okay, the Elena Lamberti is. Can we have a context to also get Ken? Okay, yes. If you, no. I'm sorry, Elena and everyone. So we cannot give away any of the shares of Ken. All right. No problem. And there are many other greetings for John and Ken. So Deborah, thank you, Deborah, for sharing your greetings, and thank you, Oswald. And well, I'm really well excited for the join the conversation. So John, I wanted to know more about and share more about your work, and particularly your book on the Aurora Borealis here. So here they are. So hold on, let me put the comment here. So tell us more about your book. I have a copy. I think it's absolutely wonderful to see your inquire into the higher education environment from a visual and storytelling perspective. So your call. Tell us more about Aurora Borealis.
Well, yeah, I was very fortunate in meeting Eric and Marshall. I don't know, the stars aligned for me or something. But there was a moment that kind of sparked this book that I really wanted to write, and that was the meeting with Marshall. It was about, I think it was the day before he died. Eric and I, we were going to have a New Year's Eve celebration, and we needed a projector because we were going to play White Zombies. So we went to the library and got that. And we had to pick up the projector from Marshall's place. So we drove there, and I was, at the time, I was a very shy person, and very difficult to, I don't know, talk with what I thought, were really amazing people. So Marshall had his stroke at that time. So he came to the door and he greeted me, and he held out his hand. And just a minute. Here, I'll just, hopefully this will. He held out his hand, and that little puff of condensed air, which is what I'll call for you, Paolo, fumetti, which is a puff of smoke. To me, that moment of that connection with him, where nothing was coming out of that word balloon because he couldn't speak and I couldn't speak. I was frozen. I couldn't get any words out because I was, just in awe. So anyways, so that idea, that spark of an idea happened such a long time ago. And my writing skills were, well, if you know my history, literacy has been difficult for me. And I wanted to so desperately to write something and to illustrate it. And graphic novels were kind of up and coming at the time. And I really, I found that vehicle would work for me. So that's why I did it. And then it turned into 160 pages. And it's full of how much of an influence Marshall and Eric were on my life.
Well, this is no, thank you, John. This is a wonderful story, and well, the idea that Marshall and Eric informed your work, and you're still keeping that legacy, keeping that heritage in your work. So, well, thank you very much for sharing. And so, Ken, what you're doing? What's going on your well in response to pandemic times? We have a core question: the lessons we are learning in the current scenario. What's the most relevant and meaningful lesson you learned in this you're learning in this pandemic times?
I think the best lesson is that we don't have to wear pants all the time. I mean, I'm not
talking
wearing
about pencils.
It's funny, Paolo, because there's a cartoon that you may have seen. It's a picture of an artist at a drawing board. There's 3 of them, and it says artist before, during, and after COVID. So in many ways, because what we do is a very solitary endeavor, I wouldn't say we didn't notice, but it didn't have the same impact as those of you who are sort of out and about a lot more than we are, because we kind of we always sort of hunker down. We're sort of in an environment we create for ourselves, and that fosters our own creativity. Artists tend to surround themselves, my studio and Joan's studio, and they surround themselves with the things that inspire them and give them joy. And so it's kind of hard to extract ourselves from that sometimes. So I just read this, Finnegan's
No,
Wake.
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but it was right. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I love that. So yeah, it's what I've been doing is one of the most important aspects of visual storytelling is edutainment, which are entertaining comics in service of education, instruction, and advocacy. And so I've been working with a number of Indigenous groups here in Victoria, and we are on. I just wanted to say we're on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen and Mosaic people, and we raise our hands in respect and appreciation for their graciousness here. So I've been working with the University of Victoria with the Indigenous Law Research Unit, and we produced 2 comics for them. This one is about the application of Cree law and legal orders in a contemporary context, and this one is about Cowichan water law. So it's a way of, and this one is actually used currently used in law schools across the country. I also just finished, just wrapping up a comic for an organization called Surrounded by Cedar, which is a designated agency that advocates on behalf of Indigenous youth, urban youth. So it's a wonderful way of telling stories. This wonderful collision of words and pictures. And the most recent book I did, comic I did, was about an Indigenous girl's coming of age. And the story was crowdsourced from a group of Indigenous youth. And then I adapted their story and did the illustrations. So it's, and going forward, one of the things Joan and I really would love to, be more engaged in is working with Indigenous creators and passing on the things that we have learned about this wonderful language of words and pictures.
Wonderful. I see. And talking about higher education, talking about, we've been discussing actually since the beginning of the marathon, every hour popped up the very idea of how the pandemic in general affected the way we are thinking and rethinking higher education, experiential learning, integrated learning, which is not just, the challenge of online learning, online teaching. So I think that is a different question. The idea is that the pandemic, the global pandemic, as an eye-opener, right, is leading us to rethink what we used to take for granted. And among many other things, there is education, there is a higher education, and how we can, even in your field, Ken, the field of visual storytelling, the field of creativity, creative industries, what's your take on the lessons we are learning on how to rethink education in a post-pandemic world?
I actually want to read you a great quote, because one of the things, there was a collision of two amazing technologies about 15 years ago, and that was the internet and digital presses, which meant that people like myself, who used to be part of the old publishing paradigm where you would have to go to a publisher and they would print up thousands of copies of a book and they would get distributed and some would get trashed and if they didn't sell through and so on. And it was very, very wasteful in many ways. But suddenly when you had a digital press, you could actually, it was financially viable to like literally print one copy of your book, or 100 or 1,000 or what have you. So these two things were, amazingly enough, I have to read you a quote. Marshall wrote back in 1967, he wrote, "Instead of going out and buying a packaged book, of which there have been 5,000 copies printed, you will go to the telephone, describe your interests, your needs, your problems, and they at once Xerox, with the help of computers from libraries all over the world, all the latest material for you personally, not as something to be put on a bookshelf. They send you the package as a direct personal service. This is where we're heading under electronic conditions. Products increasingly are becoming services." Now, I know Marshall did not consider himself a prognosticator, but wow, 1967, he's talking about on-demand printing. He's talking about, the internet. It's astonishing how prescient the guy was.
Wow, absolutely. And John, what's your take on rethinking education, a la McLuhan? I think who said that? I think Alex Koskes discovering a la McLuhan. So, what's your take on this opportunity, the challenge, but also an opportunity for rethinking education, for rethinking the classroom in the 21st century? What's your the lesson you're learning about that?
Yeah, I think getting graphic novels and comics into school is really important, because a lot of young people, they have difficulties with really thick, wordy books. We are an image culture, and I just have to, refer to something. When we start school and we're in the early grades, we have picture books. And if anybody from Ontario knows this book, and it's all illustrated, okay? And then as you go on to the grades, the words start to get more and more, and the pictures start to get less and less. and then the pictures disappear completely. I think that education should bring back that, you know, a graphic novel is words and pictures, and it's a clear, I don't know, a great marriage of words and pictures rather, and it actually helps students get interested in reading. And I had a student that she didn't read books, like, you know, textbooks, you know, just all words, until she was about 10. But she snuck comics under her bed at night and read them. And that's how she learned how to read. Because the visuals are there. You read the visuals. It's a language. Comics and you know, graphic novels. It is a language. It has its own grammar. Just the whole layout and everything. It's not an easy subject to teach, but we try to do that. And I really do think it's important. I mean, I love to read books without any pictures. I really do. But I also appreciate the graphic novels in another sense. It's like we are no longer in a culture that is dominant with book culture because we have all these other technologies around us. The internet is great for students to get information quickly. It's at the palm of our hands. I mean, I would have done so much better in school, I think, if I was going today.
Right. Now, thank you for sharing. And I see. Well, some comments are generated by your thoughts, Ken, John, and actually Howard was asking about the giveaway. So we okay. Ken is for sure he cannot gives away the shirt. However, I will be very happy to actually run another giveaway for the medium t-shirt. So that is thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. I'm very happy to take another giveaway. So we need an hashtag, so we cannot use the same hashtag. So folks, what's the hashtag we can use for the giveaway? So for maybe playing a game with McLuhan's ideas. I don't know. So we need an hashtag. So feel free to suggest an hashtag, and so we will go for it. And then you will have a chance to win an original The Medium T-shirt. The Medium is the message T-shirt, and so that's your opportunity. And so feel free to share the hashtag, and then we're gonna pick just one. Okay, so I'll see. I'll keep an eye on the. Or maybe Ken, what's the hashtag we can use for giving away the T-shirt?
Whoa, put me on the spot.
They're suggesting Global Village. Let's see. I'll show you. Pick one. Okay, we have Global Village, graphic novel. That's a nice one, and that's are the two. So Global Village or graphic novel.
I'm biased, of course. I will go with the graphic novel.
All right, so let's take this one. Okay, so I'm going to give me 1 second. So essentially, I'm going to graphic novel. I'm going to. Oh no, I did it. Hold on a second. In real time, actually, novel. So graphic novel is the hashtag. And I'll at the count of 3, 2, 1. All right, that's the hashtag we are using for a new giveaway around. And so feel free to comment on feel free to comment, share your comments, your thoughts, your ideas using the hashtag graphic novel, right? Graphic novel. And we're going to, essentially, draw a giveaway, so which will be the, I see entries, 6 entries. That will be the medium t-shirt that you can see right over here. So not this one, this is mine. So I will send you a brand new t-shirt. All right. So and I think well, that will be sufficient for again inspiring well, your conversation using the t-shirt, the medium as the message. All right, so Ken, thank you for so graphic novel is the hashtag. Okay, let's do this. Wonderful. And so Ken, I see okay, I see your comment, people are commenting. And Alex, graphic novel is worth 1,000 pages. And let me see if there is a question you can pick for stimulating conversation. Good question. It's spoken, right? That's another thing. So what's your Ken? What's your relationship with as a visual storyteller? What's your relationship to audiobooks, to reading aloud, or well, vocalizing books so as a visual storyteller? What's the kind of juxtaposition between orality and visual literacy you are an expert on? So what's your take on it?
Well, they're very different media, you know. The thing is, I remember years ago when CD-ROMs, who's old enough to remember CD-ROMs, they were doing these things called CD-ROMics, where they were taking comic stories and then they were kind of jazzing them up by adding some small interactivity, by adding sound effects and, you know, special effects and so on. But it's sort of by trying to amplify their the experience, I think they diminished it in some ways, because to me the book is the most flawless technology that we have ever, you know, developed. It is portable, it is affordable, it is it has random access, it is engaging, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And visual storytelling builds on that because, you know, a well-done graphic novel modulates words and pictures, and so it's, you know, for the most part, it's show, don't tell. And I was just talking to a friend today about, I did a number of adaptations with the science fiction author Harlan Ellison. And at first he would give me a manuscript and he wanted every word of his text to survive in the adaptation. I said, you know, Harlan, that's not going to work because there's all this exposition that I'm going to show. And so it'd be redundant to have those things. And so that's the challenge for the visual storyteller, is when you come up with a narrative. And there's a very good quote from, and I'm not sure, it's from a cognitive scientist named Roger Schenck, who said, humans are not ideally set up to understand logic, they're ideally set up to understand stories. Because of course storytelling is what we're all about. I mean, this is how we've communicated since the beginning of language. And it's a wonderful way to share stories. The other thing I wanted to say too was that the amazing thing about the internet is doing visual storytelling, speaking this language, communicating your ideas, the stories that only you can tell, that come from your heart, that come from your head. Really, with a piece of paper, a pencil, and an internet connection, you now have a global audience. And that's a remarkably powerful and very special thing. And it's completely unfiltered. So it has dramatically liberated, I think, people's imaginations and their ability to address subjects which are near and dear to them, which again are not that, you know, there isn't that kind of filtering from a publisher who says, you know, oh, I don't know how many of these we're going to sell, or, you know, it's now, you know, very few people are going to get rich off this, but what's the old saying about the greatest work is done for neither prize nor profit? It's done because I think we're compelled to share our experience, share our stories, and doing so. And the neat thing too is, by the way, when you're making a comic, generally speaking, you'll draw. It's a wonderful blending of technologies, because you'll start with a piece of paper and you do it in pencil, then you go over in ink, and then you'll scan it on the computer and you'll add color digitally, and every possible permutation of that. But the thing is, you then have both. You can have a hard copy, and you can have a digital copy. So you cover all the bases. Those who absorb their media through digital platforms like the internet and so on, and those who prefer to have the hard copy. So it covers everything, and it's just it's absolutely wonderful. And I have to credit Stan Lee for me being here today, because when I was 11, Marvel Comics, and I was a Marvel fan, and you may be aware that people to this day are still like, you read Marvel Comics, you read DC Comics, and never the twain shall meet. In the early days that I was a Marvel fan, so Stan Lee would put credits in his comic books, which was very rare. Occasionally you would see art by or whatever, but he put full credits, right? And when I was 11, I had this epiphany when I read this. Thought, oh, wait a minute, my dad's a fighter pilot. This guy Stan Lee must be somebody's dad, and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and all the people who created all these amazing characters. That's what I'm going to do when I grow up. And I was blessed with parents who never tried to dissuade me from what is a very atypical career path for a military brat. So it was. I realized the dream in 1974. I went to New York and I banged on Stan Lee's door, and he said, "Who let this kid in here?" and and sent me to the art director, a man named John Romita, who was the Spider-Man artist at the time. And I was offered work as an inker. And I had another epiphany at that point, and that was the system by which comics were created was very much like an assembly line. Everyone was a specialist, which is like so completely contrary to everything McLuhan was about. It's this reductionist. You either wrote, you penciled, you inked, you colored. It was awful. It was like building a Volkswagen or something. So I determined at that point to go back to school, to unlearn bad habits, learn good ones. And as fate would have it, the first person I met on the first day at Sheridan College was my wonderful wife, Joan, and here we are. So, but it took a long time to kind of build the confidence to actually start bringing those words and pictures together and really understanding, how they work. And so yeah, all through we went to the Ontario College of Art together. We studied there, and it took off from there. But yeah, it's been a wonderful journey, and it's I encourage everyone to just grab a piece of paper, grab a pencil, and start pushing it around. You'll be amazed at what happens. It's fun and easy. It really is.
And let me say that one more time, that the medium is the message. So the actual pencil as a medium will will inform the way anyone can experiment with the actual medium. There is a challenging question from Ray, which is, I think, it may be relevant for both Ken and John. What is the story that you can tell with graphic novel that you cannot tell with novel or Twitter or any other textual form? So is there something that it's really unique to the graphic novel as a medium? Challenging question. So I think who wants to go first? John?
Oh boy.
All right, you go first.
Well, there are graphic novels that don't have any words, and they tell the story very well. The words are something extra. I don't know. They're very different things, reading a book and reading a graphic novel, because when you're reading a graphic novel, your visual sense, you're lighting up, your right hemisphere, and while your left is doing the other work. And whereas reading a novel, it's a linear process. You have to pay attention of what happened in the previous chapter, and then keep going and going, and then by the end of it you fill in the whole picture. Whereas a graphic novel, you can flip through it and you kind of get the sense, you get the feeling of what the story is before you've even read it. So I don't know if I answered that question right, but
no, I think I think you did. Ken, what's your take on it? So, which
I see the thing that I love about visual storytelling and comics, graphic novels is that how engaging they are, because as Joan said, they engage all your senses, and both sides of your brain are like just working in concert. The other thing to remember is that all the action in a comic takes place in visual storytelling between the panels. So there's an enormous amount of filling in that the audience has to do. So it really draws you into the story. And of course, a good novel will do the same thing too. But to me, it always defaults back to those decisions that the visual storyteller has to make. As Joan said, you can have a story that is completely absent words and yet can still, break your heart or fill you with, joy or what have you. The other thing too is the matter of, if I can just expand on the question for a minute, the matter of scale. The fact that with that piece of paper, you can create those quiet love stories, or you can create a galaxy-spanning epic. You have no limitations other than your imagination. I'm amazed when I watch movies nowadays and you see the credits and there's literally 1,000 people. It took that many people to actually create this experience that we're having. Whereas, a graphic novel, there's one person, laboring away. Actually, there was a great old quote from my friend Scott Capel's wonderful animator and illustrator. I think it's 3 fingers hold the pen, but the whole body labors.
That's clever. That's clever. And wonderful. And no, thank you, Ken. And actually, Marcia was reminding, so she's very brave to reminding that if you post a comment on YouTube or Facebook using graphic novel, one word as an hashtag, you will have a chance to win one of the beautiful the medium t-shirt right here. Okay, so essentially you will have a chance to win the beautiful t-shirt. The medium is the message, so please use the hashtag graphic novel, which is the topic we are discussing right now, thanks to John and Ken Stacy. And again, let me see, it's that's the hashtag. Okay, graphic novel. So thank you everyone for playing with us with the graphic novel. And now we are finally getting ready before the draw. So at the end of the session, we will do the draw for awarding the medium t-shirt. And now, finally, I think we are getting ready for another great special guest. So we were really waiting for again joining us in conversation. The Global Village Day, a gathering of intellectuals, guest speakers, and special guests from all across the world, and so. It's now time. She's finally here with us, and we are very grateful. We're very grateful because finally, we have the opportunity for welcoming into the Global Village award-winning Canadian poet, novelist, literary critic, essayist, teacher, environmental activist and inventor. In one word, a legend. And so please join me welcome with the good vibes of the Global Village Day. And so welcome into the Global Village Day, Margaret Atwood. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, we're great, we're great. How are you? How are you?
Very well, and here I am in Toronto, Marshall McLuhan's hometown.
Oh, wonderful.
Not very far from St. Michael's College, where, as you know, he taught, and where I went to Victoria College just up the street from St. Michael's when he was there. So I was a student when Marshall McLuhan had just, he had already published The Mechanical Bride. It had been pulled off the market because some of the companies that he used the advertisements of objected, but you could buy a copy out of Marshall McLuhan's basement. And as students, we did. We went to the cellar window, and we bought a copy of The Mechanical Bride out the back door of Marshall McLuhan.
Wow, this is a wonderful story. And well, reminds me that maybe there was a very inspiring intellectual environment at the time, Toronto, with the sparks of the legacy maybe of the Toronto School of Communications, and making Toronto the right kind of subsoil for making ideas germinate. So what was your take on being part of that intellectual environment in Toronto in those special years?
Well, of course, when you're a student and you're 17, 18, 19, you don't know that they're special years. And you don't know that these people are great intellects, and you don't know that you're living at a particular time in history. You just think it's all normal. So I'm afraid it kind of slid off us, although, of course, we were reading Northrop Frye, we were reading Carpenter, we were reading Harold Innis, and we were, of course, reading Marshall McLuhan. I think the Gutenberg Galaxy came out in '62, so that would be right after I graduated, but of course I got hold of it right away. And I wonder what Marshall McLuhan would be saying now about the internet, and about how people are using it, about how they're communicating on it, about the effect it has had, and about how it is now already being used for secret surveillance purposes. I think he would have had a lot to say.
Absolutely, and all those issues in the global village and in the 21st century, I think, well, they are reasons for concerns. So we are maybe learning a lot during this in this pandemic times, and that's the core question. Actually, we are exploring together in this 12-hour online marathon. What are the lessons we are learning in the current scenario? What is the most important lesson for you, Mrs. Atwood? So what's the most important lessons you learned in the past 18 months in a global pandemic?
It's too late for me. I'm too old to really learn stuff. So I think the important people to focus on would be young people, because this pandemic has really been a formative experience for them. So kids who have been kept home from school, teenage people who would ordinarily be going to school and be doing a lot of socializing have had their lives turned inside out. How will it affect them? So the novels that will be written about this will not be written by me. They will be written by those people who have gone through this experience at a time in their life when they're particularly impressionable. So those are the people that you need to ask.
All right. And I wanted to bring back our friends, John and Ken Stacy. They are, we were discussing your graphic novel, particularly particularly this one, which is an outstanding co-authored novel on the very idea of the entanglement between text and images, which is the war beers created with Ken Stacy. And what's your take on that war beers novel and graphic novel? So I wanted to briefly try to, well, take the most of that combination, the marriage between a great novelist and a great visual storyteller, graphic novelist. So how's the genesis of War Beers?
So the genesis of it was a moment in time. I think it was an anniversary, some anniversary of Canada. What was it, Ken?
150th birthday.
150th. So a number of writers were asked to pick a year out of those 150 years and write a short story about it. So because I knew some of the history of the black and white comics that were written in Canada during the war, and they were black and white because it was cheaper, and they didn't have any colored comics competition at that time. So they had the field to themselves, and they produced all of these black and white comics. And an old friend of mine, who I'd known actually as an undergraduate, had written a book about them. And so I knew about that. So I placed my story right at the end of World War II, when the people who had been writing these black and white comics realized that they were finished, because now everything was going to open up and these colored comics were going to pour in from the States, and that period would be over. So my central character is somebody who had been drawing these black and white comics, and everyone around him is going hooray, hooray, and he's thinking, it's over. You know, I won't be able to draw these comics anymore. And he had a superhero. His other form was a bear. You can tell a bit of a satire. But he had been drawing this bear woman superhero who had two bear helpers. So he's been drawing her adventures, and the story is partly about that. So Ken, who was very interested in this period of history, read the story and said, could we develop it into a graphic novel? And I said, help yourself. So he then wrote the script, and he did all the research, and he made sure that everything shown in the graphic novel is accurate to the period. So if you see somebody wearing an outfit in the graphic, Ken has looked at those outfits. He's made sure they're right. If you see a fire hydrant, it's the right kind of fire hydrant. If it's a car, it's the right kind of car. He's very picky. So that's how it came about. And as a special treat, he put in a picture from a little drawing of Graham's father, who was actually in World War II, and he took it off a photo of the actual father and just slipped it in as a kind of little side reference.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Ken, what's your take on the making of War Bears? So what's your take on that in-process making of the book?
Well, I have to give a big shout out to Brian G., the art director at the Globe and Mail, and his partner Gillian Grove, and it was they who put my name forward as the artist to illustrate Margaret's story, and
right.
So I read the story, and you know, my mind's eye, you know, it ignites pretty quickly, but it was just like fireworks when I read the story. I thought, did Margaret write this story for me? Because it was just so everything I loved, everything that that informed who I am. And I'd been a big fan of the Canadian Whites. I knew all about them since I was about 15 when the CBC did a really good show. And your friend who did that wonderful book on the Canadian Whites, I still have my copy. So I thought, oh my gosh, this is just so perfect. And of course, any work of art, any work of great storytelling, leaves you unsatisfied. And that's exactly how I felt. I thought, well, then what happened? And wait a minute, what happened before? And why is this? And so on. And that's it got its hooks in me, and it would not let go. So that's why, I was just so delighted when I approached Margaret and said, can we expand on this? I really believe there's more to the story. And I cannot express enough my appreciation for your gracious assent to allowing me to do that. And Margaret did have like a lot of oversight, like the scripts. She, it was wonderful, collaborating on going through the scripts and having conversations about the character development, and would they do this and would they say that, and so on. So it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. It's the work of which I'm most proud. And again, I thank you.
No, thank you, Ken, and thank you, Margaret, for sharing the making of everything. So, Margaret, a final remark for the Global Village Day, an encouragement, an invitation, a final thought, a final remark to rethink the Global Village Day in a more sustainable way, possibly for the 21st century.
Rethink it in what way? What do you mean?
A final remark, your final remark for rethinking the global village, how we can take the most of that oxymoron, that juxtaposition between the global and the village, and in the 21st century, rethinking that concept in a more humane and a more sustainable, equitable way. So what's your expectations for the future of the global village, the global family? What's your take on that? Your expectations?
What's my expectation for the future, period? I guess that would amount to that. But if you're thinking of how Marshall McLuhan can be relevant, he's never actually stopped being relevant. So I think a lot of what he had to say could be applied pretty directly to the sorts of situations that we find ourselves in right now. So we have to look at how we're communicating and what effect the mediums of the media of our communication are having on the contents. So like that, and I think it would be quite an interesting study. So often you think to yourself, what would so-and-so say if they were here today? So what would Marshall say if he were here today? So what you should do next time is get somebody to dress up as Marshall. And be Marshall. You could get an actor to come in and do it, and tell us what he would have to say if he were here. There is somebody doing a series right now on living writers, interviewing ones that are no longer in material form on this planet, and I'm going to be interviewing George Orwell.
Wow.
Wonderful. We look forward to it.
George, what do you think?
What's up?
Doing well, or are we doing badly?
Did we get it right, or?
Well, no, I don't think he's going to say we got it right.
No.
He's going to say, what did I tell you?
Oh.
Wonderful, wonderful.
What did I tell you? But what about that orange hair? I mean, it wasn't supposed to be like that.
This is awesome. And so, Margaret, if I may, so we're really grateful for your time, for joining us, for running with us in this 12-hour intellectual marathon. To really
12 hours? That's amazing.
Yes, from noon to midnight Toronto time. Yeah.
Goodness, what stamina!
And well,
in the world.
So thank you again for being with us, and thank you, Ken and John, for joining this collective dialogue and inspired by graphic novels and the very idea of the visual storytelling. So thank you, Mrs. Atwood. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, John, Stacy, and Ken Stacy. And it was a great pleasure to having you. And so looking forward to seeing again in the Global Village.
Lovely.
Thank
Bye,
you.
John. Bye,
Thank you for having me.
Hopefully we'll see you next year.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was wonderful, and I want to complete my duty here. So for the giveaway, actually. So the giveaway. All right, let me share the screen. So we're going to finally reveal the winner of the graphic novel, kind of contest for winning a beautiful The Medium is a Message T-shirt. And so I'll do this way. So let me see. The winner is, so get ready, folks and villagers, get ready for a special moment. So at the count of 3, 2, 1, draw. And the winner is Alex Kuski. So why, congratulations. The t-shirt is yours. Wonderful. So that's a good luck. So I'm happy. So Alex, drop us an email with your postal address and the size of your t-shirt, and you will receive the medium t-shirt thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. And so thanks. All right, I think it's perfect timing, 10 p.m. in Toronto, and we're getting ready for the next time slot. As usual, we take a very short break. The next time slot we will be hosting Bruce Powell, Jacqueline McLeod Rogers, and Christian Zara. And so stay with us, stay tuned. Tune in 60 seconds sharp. So in 1 minute, the Global Village Day will be back. And so let's enjoy 1 minute break. All right, we're back. Welcome back. Global Village Day, a 12-hour marathon. Yes, indeed. We can't believe we are making another 12-hour intellectual marathon to really explore the boundaries of the Global Village, rethinking the Global Village under the current scenario. And I think that was absolutely a great. It is a great challenge, a great effort, but we're doing this together. So it's nice to see that a large community of folks and villagers from all across the globe is gathering together for really enjoying running together, enjoying doing this marathon, the intellectual marathon. So this is what makes a community thrive. And so I see our next guests are already in the green room. So there is a green room, and so it's nice to see that they are getting ready. So all good. But as usual, I'm gonna do a little bit of housekeeping before getting started with another point. It's 10 p.m. in Toronto. So we are, as you know, we are leading up to midnight. At midnight, we will toast and celebrate the 110th Marshall McLuhan's birthday, right? So altogether, the Global Village Day is the second edition of the Global Village Day, and it's already a tradition to celebrate all together, to really get inspired by Marshall McLuhan's legacy and scholarship, and then moving on to really better understand our current times, our current media ecosystem and society. And so it's nice that, well, we made it so far, and so still 2 hours, and stay with us, stay tuned with us. At midnight, there will be celebrations, and I think there will be also a surprise. So eventually, well, I'll give you what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on in a little while. So thank you again. And if you just connected to our live stream, so we are live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. And so you are very welcome to share your thoughts, your comments, your questions as an opportunity for really being part of this live stream. So this is not another Zoom or Teams meeting. It's a unique live broadcasting. So we really count on your participation for, engaging we all into a global conversation, into a global gathering, and getting inspired by our dialogues and conversations. So thank you. Feel free to share your good vibes. I see on the chat what's going on. Andrew, this is why Marshall McLuhan was so excited about the moonwalk. I think, oh yeah, Bob was reminding, July 21st is also the anniversary of when man first walked on the moon, not by chance. It's the same day, yes. And actually, let me reveal that later tonight we will celebrate another birthday. So and that will be another surprise. And what else? Ravisha is asking, this is absolutely brilliant. Will recordings from today be available? Yes, absolutely. I think the recording of the first part, noon to 6 p.m., it's already available on YouTube and Facebook. And the recording of this very second part will be available soon after, actually, the ending of the marathon. So yeah, I'm sure you will enjoy reviewing at your own convenience the whole 12 hours marathon, and this is absolutely great. So enjoy. So recordings will be available soon after, and so enjoy. What's going on in the chat? I think anyway. So congratulations, Alex, for winning the T-shirt. So it was a nice prize award. So thank you and congratulations. What else? I was keeping an eye on the chat. Talking about even Superman had a Canadian connection origin. Oh, Howard, let us know more about this connection to Canada. I'm not fully aware of this connection, so we want to learn more from you. Anyway, so I did a little bit of housekeeping, as usual, at the beginning of each session, just to warm up, just to see what's going on the chat, on the live stream. And as you know, I'm in a kind of multitasking modality, and it's 10 p.m. in Toronto. And I'm very glad to actually introduce our next special guests. It's a great pleasure to moving on. And by the way, so yes, Neil, recordings from last year Global Village Day are available. So you can, if you have time, you can watch 24 hours, so 12 hours the first Global Village Day, and another 12 hours the second Global Village Day. Basically, in one day you can rewatch everything, maybe at 1.5 speed. It's even better. So absolutely, it's nice that all these things are recorded, so they're not well lost in internet. So they are retrievable and available. And in real time, you know, the power of our community in real time. Howard saying like John Anderson's Chautauqua's performance of Marshall McLuhan. John Anderson as a theater proof. Okay, that's Emerson College. So that was the reference. Okay, to Chautauqua's performance. Wonderful. Thank you. And all right, so the housekeeping is done. Let's move on. Let's move on to our to introduce our next special guests. I'm going to take off the comment here, and it's a great, absolutely great pleasure. So our first special guest for 10 p.m. Time slot session is B.W. Powell, a Canadian poet, a novelist, essayist, philosopher, a teacher. He's a professor in the Department of English at York University, where he teaches courses on modernism, postmodernism, and of course, he is well known in the McLuhan community for his outstanding work on Marshall McLuhan and Northrop Frye, Apocalypse and Alchemy. And his most recent book, The Charge in the Global Membrane, a beautiful and poetic work on the transformations of consciousness and sensibility in today's technological world, recently won the MEA, Media Ecology Association, McLuhan Award for Outstanding Book in the field of media ecology. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome back into the Global Village our colleague and friend, Bruce B.W. Powell. Hello, B.W. Powell. How are you? Oh, hold on. I can't hear you. It can be an issue. Let me see what's going on. No, now you're muted. Can you try to unmute? All right.
Is that better?
Wonderful. I can hear you. This is normal. This is in a pandemic times. This is absolutely normal. So, firstly, how are you? How are you, Bruce?
Well, I'm all right. I'm of course back in Canada. Last time we spoke, I was in the quarantina and outside of Cordoba, at the foot of the Sierra Morena, where Cervantes and Place Don Quixote and Sancho in their exile from the brigands, and where the great Cordoba poet Góngora had gone in his exile from Madrid and wrote the book The Solitudes. And I was in the midst of, it was also where I heard one day after there'd been a terrible thunderstorm, which they call Tormenta Electrica, there, the hydro people playing on their Bluetooth Wichita Lineman, which has become a kind of emblem song, an anthem song for me ever since, representing the falling wires and the desire to reconnect in our pandemic times. And I was working on Mysteria. I was still studying light and E-light and pulse and vibration. That's part of what I do, I guess. And the manuscript of Mysteria was underway when I was there, and then of course was the pandemic ended up transforming that work into something very, very different, and it's continued on here. I've had preliminary discussions with the publisher of The Charge, Dale Winslow, who I collaborated with on The Charge, along with Marshall Solis and Richard Prevost, who helped design the work. But much of this manuscript, in preliminary conversation, is going to be in handwriting and some typeface, with individual sections of it stitched together, so that, and also parts of it maybe even in envelopes, so that the mysteria of the title is really to express solidarity with people who have been falling apart in our pandemic time. This book will fall apart in your hands. It will be a way to be reordered. It can be reordered by readers, but it's also to express a profound solidarity through pages scattering with all who feel scattered and shattered in our time and place. But I've also been working on another project process, and here it's important to honor and thank my former student, Elliot Shepard, who was in a McLuhan and Fry class some years ago. And through his initiative, imagination, inspiration, and originality, decided that he wanted to put more of my work out online, something that I've sometimes been somewhat resistant to. And he has developed platforms, creative platforms. And so now we are working together. He's not just a conveyor, he's a co-creator. And we've been sending out sparks, flashes, splinters, and seeds, which sometimes are known as tweets. And we have been also working on putting out images and stories, and a charter of imaginative rights, for example, and not just to fill the space time with more communications, but to find a way of sparking the commune more. This project is really contemplating the media poem and its poetics, and the spirits in the air, the vibrations, the screens and the wires, the seeds in the hydro webbing, and the vibrations and the appearances and apparitions. And through the media that Elliot and I have been working on together, to try and reach people, not just to communicate, but to correspond, to be inside the infinitely new, which also carries with it the infinitely old. A kind of communicate world space, of access and conveyance, receiving and relaying. I've often thought, Paulo, that maybe in some future iteration of these marathons, that might want to think about subtitling it the World Communicant Project.
Absolutely, you bet.
It is that too. It is a kind of communion in which we're trying our best not to become catastrophe watchers. Yes, that's the addiction of our time, is to become catastrophe.
That's right.
Watchers. So Elliot and I have been working along on the invisible razor's edge of the Frontier Satellites ledge, and I'm much indebted to him. And as I mentioned to you, I have the other manuscripts at work too, not only Mysteria, but out of the tweets and the aphorisms and remarks and sparks will come a book that will be based on those conveyances and relaying. And I've also been working on a book on visionaries. You and I have talked about this for years, breakdown, breakthrough.
Right. Just 1 second. I'll stop here. So just maybe on a second merry-go-round, I'd like to learn more about the visionaries and the breakdown, breakthrough. So we will have a chance in a little while. And so we can learn more about your work. Okay, so let me conclude firstly the first merry-go-round and presentation of our special guest from this panel. Okay, so I'll be back to you. Thank you. And next, our special guest, Jacqueline McLuhan-Rogers, professor and chair of the Department of Rhetoric, Writing and Communications at the University of Winnipeg, author of another MEA award this year, which is McLuhan's Technosensorium CD, coming to our senses in a programmed environment, out in 2020. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome back into the Global Village, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, where are you? Here you are. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi,
hello.
it's
How are you,
wonderful to
Jacques?
see
How
you.
are you, Jacques?
Question is, how are you? Are we 10 hours into your marathon? Amazing. I think Margaret Atwood just said to you, you have the most amazing energy, and so I congratulate you on that too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So
It's wonderful. It's not flagging. I don't know how you do it, Paulo. Sometime you have to tell me.
But you know, I told already. I told it's not a secret. It's the power of the community and the energy that we all together are generating. So I'm just maybe holding the torch, but the energy comes from everyone in this community, and the very idea of really making something meaningful and relevant, right, for our community in which we actually act as active players. And so I'm just serving and again holding the torch of the marathon, but you all are with me and with us running all together. And so that's very important. It's not a solitary march.
I can pick up the ball where BW left it. It was amazing because I was thinking about Technosensorium City. That's probably in reverse, but I've grown to like this book. It usually doesn't happen that way. You write something. I think many of who are listening will have this feeling. You write it, and a lot of times you feel what you wished you'd done other things with it, or what you thought you accomplished. It changes, but not necessarily in a way that makes you delighted. And with this book, it lands on hope. And I didn't know that when I wrote it. I thought it landed on a harder word, control. Because, see, McLuhan, whenever he's talked about the world having changed from even those famous kind of mysterious comments about we lost nature when we roamed the globe with satellites, it was just a metaphor, of course. As soon as we began making away from the wild into the tool and the man-made environment. But what his challenge was, you know, you've gone this far. Your option is either to descend into dystopia where the tools will run you, or you have a chance to stop the gyre from widening and begin to, as you know, the picture on the front of the book shows that kind of. It's kind of funny. It actually reminds me when I was doing some recent research. It looks a lot like the solar blanketing they're talking about. I mean, really scary geoengineering interventions that none of us will enter into happily or lightly. But you know, McLuhan, this is weird. He was predicting that we might be having to think about those kinds of technological interventions. There's several places where he talks about happily thermostats moderating the temperature of what we now call the global south. And he indicated it was not so much a matter of heat per se as the heat of the media that was being circulated, but that whole notion that you could locally, in some ways you were moderating or modulating, intervening in the media climate and the climate itself. And I find that more exciting now than I did when I was writing it and seeing examples in so many ways of what the technosensorium gesture could look like. But why it is exciting to me is it is not dystopian. It's a kind of that speculative, imaginative dream, and never so never so full of himself as to say it's going to be just like this, but confident enough to provide us with some hints and examples and probes and pushes to say you could do this. You know, a world that would look like this would be an exciting cosmic commons. So anyway, that's what I think is really interesting right now when I think about McLuhan's work and I think about the world that we're in, that needs so much tech help, needs so much help. I'm sitting in Manitoba today. We talked last year, Paulo, and I remember saying, pandemic's descended, but the weather's nice, and we kind of chatted about blue skies and birds, and it's not like that this year. Right now, it's like we've already kind of ruined our climate. We've got forest fires, thick blankets of smoke.
That's right.
Do you have that in Toronto too?
Not this way, but well, Canada is absolutely experiencing one of the most challenging climate emergency effects.
It's right. Cascaded so quickly. The visibility, touching all of our senses, with buildings collapsing into water, the floods in Germany. It just seemed like within one snap of a finger, what we thought we might have had 5 or 10 years to wait for is just kind of rolled up and over us. So, I mean, and I will, but to me, it's really interesting. It's certainly you don't open up McLuhan to get your answers for, well, what do we do next or now? But it is pretty interesting that he was worried. You know, he could see the crescendo effect if we kept going the way we were going, and actually told us that we better figure out how to get things organized by the human hand and mind, and by artists working with scientists. So, I mean, he even told us who should be doing the moderating and the modifying, right? That's kind of interesting. He wasn't saying leave it to bureaucrats or leave it to corporate platform groups. He actually had this very humanistic vision of the involved citizens and artists and scientists forming a collective, a public collective to make better decisions.
Yeah, wonderful. And actually, there's a comment, so that I let the comments speak now. At this point, Elena Lamberto, read this book. It's an amazing emotional and cognitive journey. So I think, yeah, I think that was a super interesting book, Jacqueline. And congratulations. So, Elena, thank you for sharing. And by the way, so because I do care about the comments coming from our folks and villagers,
it's so nice to see Elena across, way.
And by the way, so if in about 30 minutes, Elena will be with us. And so, but no, I was going to share the Howard, no, not this one. So about the story about Superman, because there was something, regarding the Superman Canadian origin. So Joseph Shuster, July 10th, 1914, was a Canadian-American comic book artist best known for co-creating the DC Comics character Superman. So the DC Comics character Superman was created by a Canadian, right? Canadian-American comic book artist. Okay, thank you, Howard, for pointing this out. So we learned another thing that Canadians invented.
Howard should also tell us, Paulo, I think our own CBC used to run a short, kind of like, not those nature shorts, but there used to be a little short ad that would show us the Canadian author, and maybe 10, 20 years ago. So it was actually a mediated presentation of how that happened. Yeah.
And as usual, thank you, Alex Koskes, for sharing links and comments on the Technosensorium series. If you check out on the Facebook chat of this live streaming, you will find the link to get into the McLuhan Galaxy blog and everything about the Technosensorium CD book. It's there. So thank you, Alex, as usual, for complementing everything we say, we do with your links. So this is absolutely great. All right, I think Jacques, I'll be back to you in a little while. So I wanted to bring back BW for no, actually, I need to present the third special guest. So Jacques, we'll be back. Be reminded, I want to know what's your torch, the symbolic object for running. So to
I
hold
have a good
for
one.
running. Okay, wonderful. So keep it there, and so I'll be back to you and discussing about the torch. Thank you, Jacques. And Christian Esguerra is our next special guest. And let me say, this is a award session because we have 3 special awards, essentially 2 MEA awards, BW Pau and Jacques McLeod-Rogers, and we have another special award. Christian Esguerra, he is a journalist, ABS, CBN, news channels, and ANC in the Philippines. And Christian is the 2020 McLuhan Fellowship Award for Excellence in Journalism. He also teaches journalism at the University of Santo Tomas in Manila. And so I think we got a bingo, so 3 awards in one session. That is incredible. And so it is a great pleasure to welcome from Manila, from Santo Tomas, into the Global Village, Christian Esguerra. Hello, Christian, how are you?
Hi, Paolo. Thank you for having me in this very interesting Global Village discussion. I'm good. It's quite early. It's rainy today here in the Philippines, here in Manila. I was monitoring the news. There are a lot of flooded areas already in some parts of Metro Manila. Let's hope that the situation gets better later on.
Yeah. We've been discussing about the German, what happened in Germany. And so with the floods, Christian, so I'm very happy to have you here because firstly, let me provide a little bit of context and then I'll give you the room. I'll turn it over to you. But this is not just a recent award, the fellowship. It's been a long while. I think kind of 7-8 years that the Canadian Embassy in the Philippines established this unique and very important fellowship award dedicated to Marshall McLuhan to foster investigative journalism, foster excellence in journalism, to really combine McLuhan scholarship and legacy to the field of journalism. And I think all university programs in journalism in the Philippines have a focus on Marshall McLuhan and his legacies. I think Philippines are really valuing the legacy of Marshall McLuhan in the field of media communication and particularly in journalism. And so we are very grateful to have you here, Christian. And so your take, what's up in being appointed as a McLuhan Fellow in the Philippines? Tell us more about this.
Paolo, first off, it's a very prestigious fellowship. I understand it's been here in the Philippines, the fellowship award for the past 23 years. It's been a long experience for a lot of journalists, and every year they pick one particular journalist looking at their body of work. So it's very fortunate. It's indeed a very great privilege on my part to be chosen as last year's McLuhan Fellow by the Canadian Embassy. At the same time, of course, it puts more pressure on my part because I'm still an active journalist, so you cannot besmirch the reputation of the award-giving body, especially it's named after Marshall McLuhan. So there's, of course, pressure at the same time, opportunity and challenge to perform better because what I do is this is an everyday job, journalism. It's a 24/7 job technically. So I started as a print reporter before with a newspaper, an English language newspaper, and then close to 6 years ago, I moved to television. So it's the same thing when you talk about the issues that are happening here in the Philippines. And I was actually thinking, since we're talking about this global village, basically this is something that journalists like me are actually confronting every day, the flow of information globally. And basically one question that we need to ask is, are we better off in terms of information sharing, information dissemination, compared to 40 or 50 years ago? Or are we not in a much better situation these days? Because, for instance, we all know that we are dealing with this problem of disinformation, not just here in the Philippines, but elsewhere in the world. But what is more challenging is that here in the Philippines, for instance, we're dealing with more vicious forms of disinformation, which are actually not endemic here in the Philippines. But there was a previous study showing that the Philippines was patient zero as far as the disinformation strategies were concerned. And actually, that particular study showed also that architects or promoters of disinformation in the Philippines, especially in the context of election campaigns, also were exporting these services or strategies elsewhere in the region, in the Southeast Asian region. So the Philippines is pretty much in focus as far as the flow of disinformation is concerned. And as a journalist, it's very challenging because we are in the business, we are in the industry of processing information, gathering information. At the same time, we're dealing with a much bigger challenge here, not just in the context of elections, but it's a year-long challenge as far as dealing with the disinformation agents is concerned. Paulo.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful. And by the way, so I was keeping an eye on the chat. I wanted to thank you, Carlo Figueroa, from the the embassy, the Canadian embassy in the Philippines, pointing out rightly. So that's my bad, but pointing out that the embassy has been handing out fellowship awards since 1997. So you, Christian, are in a very good company with a long-standing tradition of the Canadian Embassy in fostering the McLuhan Award in Journalism. And so, Christian, I'll be back to you. I want to learn from you the lessons you learned from this current scenario in your profession, in your job. So I think it's a crucial moment. That was the core question, right? To really understand how we can take the most of this unique situation and how we can really look forward to rethinking the global village and learning from the current pandemic or post-pandemic times. And so, Christian, I'll be back to you for learning what you learned in this current scenario. Okay. Thank you, Christian. Thank you. And let's go back to BW. So we were discussing about your project, right? Your project on visionaries, breakthrough, which is a McLuhan's catchphrase somehow. And I do remember you've been working on visionaries. I think you've been teaching a course on
yes. On the visionaries,
right?
yes. There was a grad class, and then there's a fourth year class at York University. The grad class went from Blake and Emily Dickinson to Susan Howe and Ann Carson with sections on McLuhan and Fry. And then the fourth year class begins with Hildegard von Bingen and Teresa Vavia and Rumi and Halaj, and moves all the way up to Bob Dylan and Patti Smith and others. And it's really an attempt to, the work of the breakthrough has been a kind of obsession, a mantra, a phrase that I've used over and over in my work and in discussions with classes. Teaching is for me a big part of what I do to learn how to write, what I want to write next. And my students are often my co-creators, as Elliot has become too. It's really a question of how do we develop expanded consciousness, and how do we take which are natural skin receptors and sensors and turn them into communicant feelers, as it were, gaining in awareness. I talked about the difficulty with catastrophe watching, which all of us are afflicted with. I am too. It's almost like an addiction at times to see that so many signs in the hills, so many things are scorching and smoking. I live in a small town outside of Toronto, and like Jacqueline was saying about Winnipeg, we've been experiencing in the last day smoke-drenched weather from the fires that are north of us. But, you know, every age is close to revelation in some way, close to catastrophe in some way. To a great extent, our age may appear closer to revelation and presentiment than other ages. So what are we breaking down to break through to? Some ages are skinned with intensities, and it seems that this age is one of those. And that's why the obsession with writing about these figures and exploring this work in my books. I had another book that I was working on in Cordoba on the codes of inspiration, and it was actually a narrative set in the city of Cordoba, but it was interrupted by the pandemic, as it were. And as I wrote in my notebook, with everything pressing, no safe harbor while the plagues, I have to go to my glasses. No safe harbor while plagues rage, no safe hour while the screens blaze. So breakdown to breakthrough also means that we have to engage the intensities that come our way in the isolations that may afflict us, as well as to see what the fire and the flow may become, and recognizing that all of us are vagabonds of the waves, and that everything speaks, whether it's the wind, the seeds, the trees, the wires, the screens, and the world is speaking through them. And so the more that we can do to hear that, receive it, attune ourselves, make ourselves acutely aware of our own sensitivities and at the same time of our world sensitivities, the more that commune may become something that transforms catastrophe watching into awareness that we are on the cusp of a new kind of consciousness. The urgency is here, clearly, and as Jacqueline was saying, a lot faster than we thought it would be. But the poetics are speaking as well through all the words that we share. And I hope we move from sights to insights.
Wonderful. And I really, I share your hopes, share your poetic insights, your take on this. And so we look forward to reading and seeing your book on visionaries and all the other works. I'm really impressed by your prolific exercise as a writer, as an intellectual.
Thank you, and I'm impressed with your energy for these 24 hours. But I have to say too,
12 hours, 24.
12. Well, yes. part of it is a certain urgency and time. You know, as we get older, you realize how much time do you have? How much time do you have to compose, to create, to collaborate with others, and to recreate, and to see the new and the infinitely old inhabiting every moment. And so, you know, vagabonds of the waves, as we all are, and the webs, we're try to find the moment in which the moment allows you to create and move. And so it's making use of my time.
Yeah. And I think this is one of the lessons I personally learned during this pandemic year. So to better appreciate time, so how to invest your time in things that really matter, in things that really are important, right? So to some extent, identify the priorities. What are the real priorities, even beyond our our work, our job. So the idea that there are some priorities in life to express who we are, right? And I think that is an important lesson, really, how to spend our time and how to, rather than spend, I want to use the verb, how to invest our time, how we really make the most of our time in what really matters. And so thank you, BW. And I'll be back to you for some final remarks. I want to make another merry-go-round and see the objects and the torch and other stuff. And so I'll be back to you, BW, for some final remarks. Okay, thank you. And Jacques, where are you, Jacques? I was thinking about your, you have a good one, you said. And so, what's your object? What's your torch to pass on?
I looked at the directions today, Paulo, and I thought, and you asked this last year, and I thought I brought something quite moving, and was discouraged when someone brought a hammer, and it was much better than what I brought. So I thought, now I'll dig deep and find something that's really going to capture. But I had something wonderful. Okay, this is.
Hold on.
Can you get it?
No, left. Stop. I mean, it's written.
I
Stop.
get you.
The
There.
Spadina.
Is it in focus?
Oh, I see. The Spadina expressway.
Oh, it's going away again.
Absolutely. Stop. Yeah.
Okay, you know where I got it from? That's part 2 of the story, and I think I know. Years ago, when I was doing the book Finding McLuhan in about 2015 or 16, so this would be about 2015, I interviewed. It was 3 interviews at the back of the book. One was Copeland, so I know I didn't get that from him. One was Eric. I went up the subway to the beaches to his daughter's house to interview him there. And then I went out to Michael's home, north of Toronto, Michael McLuhan.
Wow.
I think this kind gift came from, I think it's from Eric, but it could either Michael or Eric. And I kept it, and then I used it. It's odd. You never know how you use some things, but to me, what it also, it's a bit of an interesting connection. One of those, what's the phrase, 24 degrees of, or 9 degrees of connection. But it also tells me, it's like many things with McLuhan, it's kind of controversial. It's a sign or a signal of his commitment to flat out activism. But it's controversial because, of course, he was accused, as whenever one does a good thing, there'll be naysayers. Those who continue to say it was very much a NIMBY, not in my backyard kind of pushback on his part, because he wanted to stop Spadina, because the proposed Spadina Expressway at that point, under Bill Davis, to whom he wrote a letter describing the Spadina Expressway as a cement kimono, which I thought was a beautiful image, hilarious in terms of if you want to stop. He didn't think he'd want to ring the city with a cement kimono. Anyway, he wanted to protect his beautiful Witchwood home. And I think a lot of your listeners are Torontonians who will be familiar with Witchwood, which is just a bit north of U of T. Still a beautiful area. But in the book, and I won't trouble, there's a passage. I mean, one of the things the book uses as a catchphrase is the technosensorium city, in a roundabout way, in the most homey way, in a modular way. For McLuhan, he wasn't kidding. Witchwood was to him an alternative and a kind of technosensorium alternative for what a housing development, what settlement could look like. And it's in his letters. Anyone who wants to check it out, he describes it as being built around a circular river with circular, not linear lots. He describes your ability to watch your neighbors without necessarily having to have shoulder-to-shoulder intimacy with them. So there's kind of performance and concert, so that you are aware of being together without having to be intimately together. So there's the boundaries without the boundaries. In short, a lot of the elements that in other places he'll explore more fully as technosensorium emerge in this description he has of just Wychwood as a perfect housing enclave. And it's interesting to me. I thought it'd be interesting to so many of you as Torontonians. I know now it sits as kind of, you know, a gated luxury community. But of course, it started as an artist community built by an artist at the turn of the century with, you know, with the idea that artisans might group around and live around, I guess, the manor. So it had its own elements of stateliness and elitism. But all that said, it provides a variant, a kind of a homegrown model of a technosensorium, an area that you can build, that the human can build in ways that reward the senses.
Absolutely.
As opposed to frustrate them. Yeah.
And is Jane Jacobs also referred in your book? I do remember Jane Jacobs was involved into Spadina Expressway, and so
the two of them, there's a hilarious description, I think, in Jacobs' biography as well, may come into McLuhan's as well, of how McLuhan approached Jacobs, I think, and said, well, I think we could make a movie. And they did make that 14-minute film of Burning Wood. And you know it, Paula. It's available now on YouTube. And I would argue it actually holds up over time, because if you know what to look for, he doesn't just simply say we have too many cars or too much. He hits all kinds of pollution, noise pollution, garbage pollution, car pollution. It's the full meal deal of how we bombard the sensorium with things that hurt and leave too little time for slow affection and the kind of antidotes to that urban mess and sprawl. It's like a tick the buttons. We might almost use a lot of it now. Of course, the technology is pretty old in terms of the filming. Anyway, the story on that was that Jacobs left the studio after a kind of a marathon afternoon with McLuhan and said, well, that was absolutely a waste of time. We got nothing done. Because I guess those who know him better than me and how he worked, he was a jumpy thinker and would move from one thing to another. And he was saying, got that. It turns around, she saw the script and thought it was quite brilliant because, of course, he spliced it with music, spliced the scenes together, had, you know, the sort of contradictory statements that would cause readers and viewers to think that was one of his favorite ploys, right? Instead of giving us a continuous narrative where he told us all what it all meant, we were supposed to be jarred into building some of the conclusions. So, that would have been from Eric. Okay, thanks, Michael.
Yeah, Michael McLuhan was saying, real-time fact-checking. So we learned.
That's perfect. I don't know why. I thought it was Eric, and then I thought it might have been Michael, but at any rate,
as Eric. And by the way, Ravisha, yes, that is correct. It's Wychwood Park, Toronto. That beautiful place in Midtown Toronto and Toronto neighbors. So that's the same. And you still actually can see the former Marshall McLuhan's family house there in Wychwood Park, number 3 in Wychwood.
I know I'm hogging my time, but if I could just read you the brief excerpt of what he said about it. And it's not just that it was pretty, it has to do with how things fit together. Because of course, McLuhan, he wouldn't just have been thinking, what a pretty house. It's the environmental picture, it's the scape. It's about 6 sentences and it's lifted from his, I think it's quoted from Gordon.
All right, go ahead. Let's take as your final remarks. Okay, so you can use it as final remarks. So go ahead.
Thank you. To get into it, circularity as opposed to linearity promotes a sense of sharing and support. He writes, previously I've lived only on streets which sometimes have the quality of neighborhoods, but lineality is not compatible with community. The community character of Wychwood Park is a direct result of the circular composition of the houses resulting from Wychwood Pond. When houses interface by their circular or oval compositioning, a kind of social resonance develops that does not depend on a high degree of social life or visiting amongst occupants. Rather, there occurs a sense of theater, as if all occupants were in various degrees on a stage. Something of the sort happens in any small village, and builders and planners could easily achieve rich community effects, even without a pond. I thought that was funny, even without a pond, simply by locating dwellings in non-lineal patterns. So I thought that was great in terms of him describing design and culture, you know?
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely great and inspiring. And so, Jacques, thank you as usual for bringing your original take on McLuhan's scholarship from your own perspective in urban studies and arts. And so I always much appreciate your perspective. And you know, I think that is the beauty of McLuhan. So we came to McLuhan scholarship from different doors and perspectives, right? So to really try to recombine the galaxy of insights, right? The cloud of insights into the scholarship. And so nice that you are keeping that torch to really working on that field. So thank you, Jacques. Stay with us. I'm going to move on with with Christian. I see you are here, Christian. Some final remarks. The lessons you learned, even one of the most important lesson you learned from this in this scenario.
Okay, I think I'll take this opportunity to somehow express the sense of urgency that all of us need to feel or have. We've been talking about the global village, how it has expanded and at the same time shrank the communication space worldwide. But this same space or this same global village has also been taken advantage of by a lot of people, in particular. Over the past several years, we have seen the flow of populist ideology in many parts of the world, including here in the Philippines. So in this case, it puts more pressure on the part of journalists like me to be able to process information better. Because right now, journalists and the news media are not the sole avenues through which information or pieces of information flow. We don't dominate the conversation as much as we have been somehow setting the agenda from years back. So somehow this puts a lot of pressure for all of us to be able to navigate more properly in this particular scenario. So in this case, when you talk about, for example, the global village, you're talking of populist leaders who have been dividing at the same time, uniting people depending on what would be beneficial to them in the so-called global village. Dividing because that would be convenient to their political interests. At the same time, uniting like-minded supporters to be able to boost their standing in a particular area or setting or country. So in this case, if we are journalists dealing with this kind of situation, it's important for us not just to deal with the basics of what we do, meaning the basics of news reporting, basics of truth telling. This also requires a lot of understanding of how technology works. Because the worst thing that could happen to us is to deal with disinformation, but at the same time, getting that false impression that people are listening to us when in fact, we're actually stuck in our own echo chambers. Paulo.
Right. That's absolutely right. And we've been actually discussing about this with Jeff Jarvis and Jennifer Rausch at 7 p.m. I think. And thank you for bringing this up again. So, and well, Christian, we hope one day you will be able to maybe come to Canada or joining us for another McLuhan event to really, share your thoughts, share your scholarship, and share your hands-on activism in journalism, following the footsteps of Marshall McLuhan. So thanks again for being with us, Christian. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's conclude the final merry-go-round with BW. Hello. Here we are. So
you wanted to know what my objects of creativity.
Your object for some final remarks.
One of them too. That's the mesquite and the mosque inside the church by the synagogue in Cordoba. They are within one another. It's one of the most beautiful things about Cordoba. And then also my almost 4-year-old Elena, named after her namesake, Elena Lamberti, is part of the her little gift to me on Father's Day. And that's not just sentimentality. That's to remind myself that children are the future of what we're writing for, and why we're talking, and why we're in classrooms, and why we write is for the next generations, and for someone out there, like the proverbial message in a bottle, will find this and be able to respond to it. And also the trust that something will follow us, something will come. I wanted to also say that we know so many of the, as been described here, so many of the dangers of our time, of nationalism and fanaticism and extremism and polarities, and how indeed a wise observation that the communicant space is often taken up with fanaticism. But also to remember that we know that kindreds and networks are imaginative spiritual associations too. And so much of what we are is now unfolding in front of us. And that's why I keep coming back to those, revising and taking over and absorbing and reviving those lyrics, that we hear each other through the lines, and we can see and hear each other through the wires. And the singing soul is in the wires too. And all that we are and all that we could become is still on the line.
Wow, what a beautiful probing final remarks for this session. So thank you very much, BW. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Jacques. I think well, we had a great session. So 3 awards, 3 recipients, 3 awards in one session. I think it's a unique, only at the Global Village Day. And so thanks again, BW, Christian, and Jacques. And I will now just announce, and then we get ready for, I can't believe, the final session. But so we are getting ready for our next guests, which are, let me just, making a last minute change. All right, here we are. And so we are looking forward to welcoming to the Global Village Wilson Oliveira Filo, Elena Lamberti, and Junichi Miyazawa. So 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. in Toronto and in the Global Village. So let's take, as usual, 1 minute break, and we will be back. We will be back for crossing all together the finishing line. So I have 2 surprises for the finishing line. And so stay with us, stay tuned. 2 great special surprises to leading up to the Marshall McLuhan's birthday, to leading up and crossing together the finishing line. So let's take 1 minute break, and the Global Village Day will be back. We are back, and so crossing the finishing line almost. It's 11 p.m. Stay tuned. We are going to celebrate the 110th anniversary, birthday of Marshall McLuhan, and so I'm so excited. I can't believe we made it so far all together. So I wanted to thank you, the whole community. So folks, feel free to keep sharing your final good vibes, because we really need to gather all the energies to cross all together the finishing line. I mentioned that there are 2 surprises for tonight. And so again, so feel free to share, feel free to share your comments, share your good vibes, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited to cross with you all together the finishing line, toasting with the 110th anniversary of Marshall McLuhan's birthday. And what else? Housekeeping for getting ready. So, I think we can get started. I'm going to introduce our special guests for the final time slot. And let's get started. It's a very international. So we have 3 different countries. We have Brazil, Italy, and Japan. And so what a better conclusion for this Global Village Day. And not only surprise, I told you there is a surprise. So from Brazil, Wilson Oliveira, fellow, professor, and researcher at Estácio University in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, since 25. PhD in social memory with an internship at the University of Chicago. A multimedia artist and musician, he created a duo 244 with Marcia Bessa in 2012. So another creative researcher and professor. So I'm very glad to host and welcome in the Global Village Day. Welcome back. We had last year. Welcome back in the Global Village Day. Wilson Oliveira, fellow. Hello, Wilson. Hello. How are you?
Hello, Paulo. I'm fine, and you? After this whole marathon?
I'm fine. I'm great, I think we made history again. The second edition of the Global Village Day. Thank you all, and thank you as well, Wilson, for joining us. I was keeping an eye on the chat. Okay, it's all quiet. So villagers and folks, feel free to populate the chat. I have a few surprises, and so I bet you will enjoy. So Philo, Wilson, where are you? Are you in Rio de Janeiro?
Yeah, I'm in Rio. I'm 2 blocks away of Maracanã, the stadium in which the Olympics 2016 ended up, and so we kind here in a way between Rio and Tokyo.
Yeah, sure. It's nice you mentioned that, because essentially I think we will be discussing a little bit about the Olympic Games in a little while with our next guest, because it's a world event. It's a global event, and they used to call the Olympic place the Olympic Village, not by chance, right? And so, of course, this year there's a special edition of the Olympic Games are taking place under special circumstances, and so we want to learn more about the Olympic Games. So what's going on? What you doing? Wilson? Any meme? Maybe we can discuss a little bit. Any anticipation of your creative work on memes and viral stuff?
I made a few memes. I made a few GIFs. I've already sent to you, and I've been waiting. In about 5 hours, Brazilian female soccer team will open the Olympic Games. It's the first event, so
oh, wow.
I think I'll put the marathon on for more 5 hours and watch Brazilian female soccer team.
I see, a good choice. And so, and by the way, so well, I'll check out your memes. Maybe we will find a way to share. Did you send me the memes via email or?
Oh, I think I sent you to Facebook or Messenger or something. There are a few good ones. I sent to Andrew, and it was a beautiful homage, him talking to his grandfather. It was really nice. He reciting Joyce, and that was a really nice gift that I made. And I'll send to you. I'll send to you a few more in a little while. I've been following the marathon the whole day, as you know.
Wow! You will deserve a prize.
I am tired from here. I can't figure out how tired you are.
Anyway, Zara, thank you for being so kind. So I did check my messenger. So try to send it again. I didn't receive anything from you so far. So please, and I'll be back. I'll be back to you, Wilson. Okay. So thank you. And what's going on next? Next, our special guest. Next special guest for tonight from Italy. She's a friend and associate professor in North American literatures at the University of Bologna, my alma mater, and a specialist of modernist literature, cultural memory literature, and media ecology, world literature. And so it's a great pleasure again to welcome back into the Global Village, to welcome back into the McLuhan community and populating, animating all day long, all night long, I think, the Global Village Day. So thank you and welcome back. Elena Lamberti, here you are. Hello, Elena.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Che ore sono in Italia?
It's 5 a.m. Almost
It's
breakfast
5 a.m.
time.
Almost breakfast time. All right.
Almost.
All right. So, well, there is I'm going to announce a surprise, so you know already. However, so okay. Regardless, it's 5 a.m. in your local time in Italy. So, but how are you? It's 1 year later, the second edition of the Global Village. We learned a lot of lessons, I guess. And so, what's your feeling? And by the way, are you going back September on campus in person? What's your feeling on this unique moment we're living all together?
Actually, I'm well. First of all, thank you for asking. I'm very happy to be here, part of this incredible event, tribe village. So I'm a villager, a happy villager. Going back to the real location, university, it's not sure yet. We are planning to go again in a mixed situation. So definitely we plan to be in class, but we will be both online and in class. So it's still mixed and quite confused. In fact, a few hours ago, we got this announcement that the Italian government is planning to keep the emergency running until the end of December, which is a decision that might have implications on the way we organize our lives, including our professional lives. So who knows?
Well said, who knows? But well, we are still alive. We are here. So I'm grateful that we can keep discussing and sharing thoughts and sharing ideas. And I think this second edition of the Global Village Day is even more meaningful. So because 1 year later, of course, we learned many lessons, and now it's finally time to stop by and take the most of these lessons. And so, Elena, I'm going to really, I look forward to learn the lessons you learned. And I bet you have a torch, the object to pass on All right, so I'll ask you later. So let me conclude the first merry-go-round presenting our special guests, and I will be back to you, Elena. Okay? Thank you. Thumb up. And all right, and our third special guest for the final time slot, I can't believe, the final time slot, the Global Village Day. He's from Japan. I told you, already mentioned, Junichi Miyazawa, Japanese author, critic, and professor at Aoyama Gakuin University, Tokyo. His work covers literature, music, and media with a special focus on Canadian studies. He is also one of the world's leading Glenn Gould scholars, and we know that Glenn Gould had a special relationship to Marshall McLuhan, and so it's a great pleasure to welcome back into the Global Village Day, Junichi Miyazawa from Tokyo, Japan. Hello, Junichi.
Hi, Paolo. How are you?
I'm great, and I'm so happy to see you again. So we've been spending a lot of time. 2 years ago in Toronto, you have been visiting professor at the University of Toronto, and so since then we've been absolutely in touch to really connect Japan and Toronto and the Global Village. So thank you. It's great to having you here. So what's going on there in first of all, how are you?
I'm showing you this is Toronto Marathon t-shirt.
Oh wow! I do remember you are a runner.
Yes, I'm a runner, and I ran in May 2019, and it was during the time of my sabbatical year. And yes, it's one of the torches I'm presenting you today.
Thank you, Junichi.
Yes, I'm very well here in Tokyo. I'm now in my house, in my room, and Japan. In Japan, is actually Tokyo is in the state of emergency, but the Olympic game is being held. And so it's a rather unusual situation, but people are going well, and so that I'll talk about it later on. Yes, and the school starts in Japan. School starts in April, so this is the end of the spring semester, and this is the last week of the semester. And I've been teaching here mainly online at university. Yes, and all went well.
Yeah, I see. Great. Yes, so I want to know more about the Olympic Games. I want to know more about your brand new book about McLuhan. Actually, it's a surprise. We will talk later. Okay,
yes.
Jenny?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. And all right, let's go back for a second merry-go-round. And Wilson, I was curious. Do you have an object for representing the torch of the Global Village? And what's your object, and why you did pick that object?
If you allow me, I have two objects. Is it okay?
Sure. Same price, same cost. No problem.
The first one is actually a homage to Jean Youngblood. It's expanded cinema book that is quite similar to the Brazilian edition of Understanding Media. Jean Youngblood passed away a couple of months ago, so I had to pay this homage to him. But the object I chose is a really strange thing to me. I am a frustrated musician. I play guitar, and after a couple of years, I decided to manipulate pedals. So I chose this pedal one, and there is a not so funny story related to this pedal with the pandemic. I think you probably heard that a couple of guys in this conspiracy theory that we are living got the electronic scheme, the electronic diagram of this pedal, and said that don't take the vaccine. This is a way to control you, and a way to, with 5G technology, and control your body. So don't take the vaccine. And by studying McLuhan for a couple of years, sometimes a pedal is just a pedal, you know. And I am a remix guy. I'm a remix artist. I'm using the pedals to control images, but I'm not using the circuit, the diagram circuit of the electronic parts to create fake news or something like that. So in the future global village, we have to be aware of things like that, and that's the object I chose.
Thank you, Wilson. And yeah, wonderful. I wanted to know, even from your perspective as a researcher and professor, the lessons, one lesson, the most important lesson you learned from this pandemic.
Paulo, I've been teaching for almost 18 years. I am not that young as it looks. I've been teaching for almost 18 years, and I think I'm starting to learn how to teach in these difficult times we live in. Brazil has passed 500,000 of deaths because of the virus, and we had to rearrange everything here to teach. I'm teaching online since March 2020, and I think the task of the teacher in a McLuhanian way is to explore. So I've been exploring the systems I'm using. I'm using Teams. The university I teach chose that system to online teaching. It's always asynchronous. I've made one asynchronous presentation in this whole time, and it's different. And we have to use the chat. We have to use the background. We have to understand the reality of each student in a different way. And Brazil, with all the social differences between regions, the north of Brazil is using radio for classes. Not the signal of the radio, not the signal of the radio itself. Classrooms without walls, as McLuhan used it to say, because the remote regions of the Amazon, radio is the frequency that gets there. It's not happening in me that lives in Rio, a metropole, and teach in a private university. But I have to be aware of that situation in the Amazon, in the north of Brazil. So we're struggling different things and living a global village, a new global village, and the idea of global memory that Pierre Levy and Lev Manovich brought to us, and my PhD was on social memory. McLuhan predict somehow all things we are living without the virus. I remember Burroughs' famous quote of "the virus is the language," or "the language as a virus." It was a metaphor, and we are not living that metaphor anymore. We are living it in real, and I'm living it in Rio, a hot capital, and at the same time a cool capital of a really good example of a city as classroom, to mention another book that was already mentioned here in the beginning of this marathon.
Yeah, I do remember. So thank you for raising these very important points. And I think, well, so I'm still curious to have a couple of other questions. So I'll be back to you, Wilson, and so we will keep discussing. So thank you.
Thank you.
And where's Elena? Where's Elena Lamberti? Here. Oh, okay. It's here she is. All right, Elena. Hello. Welcome back. So the lessons we are learning. Okay, no, the object. And did you do the homework? Okay, all right. Let me put it up this way.
What is it?
Right, it's a creative exercise on turning a fork into something else.
Now, this is a fork, only that it's a different type of fork because this object is linked to an aphorism, sort of a aphorism, a classic of aphorisms by Yogi Berra, the famous baseball player, who once said, and it's very famous aphorism, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Which I think is fantastic because, of course, which is the direction that you take it both. And I have decided to use this object, which is a very, banal object, if you look at it and use it this way. But if you look at it through the metaphor, this object opens up new potentials for creativity, to think out of the box, to embrace other roads, not to go along the main road. So I thought it was quite appropriate as an object that can enlighten us on new ideas on what to do with the global village for the future, actually. So it's a plain object that can become, a new vision for the future, open up new potentialities.
Yeah. Ravish, thank you.
Yeah, this is not a fork, precisely.
Precisely. So, very appropriate, René Magritte. And I think there are other comments. Okay, and so Elena, the object, the lessons we are learning. Okay, whether there is a surprise, the lessons we are learning, and.
Many, Paolo, many lessons actually, and some lessons I am learning are the same lessons other people have commented on. But just recently I've been reading new books that are in fact processing the previous months, and books that are based on field research in various fields. And one in particular, the first one I want to mention actually is this one. It's in Italian and it's called Invisible Children, the Lockdown of Childhood. And this is a very interesting book because it's a part of a community project which involves both academics, pedagogists mostly, and families and children, because a group of pedagogists at the University of Bologna have asked the families to send pics and photographs of their children, very young children, under 6 years old, photographs of them during the lockdown. And then they have selected some of these photographs and they have done a field research on what these images tell us about, not the children of today, but the children of the future, in fact. And so you have very weird images of kids who do normal things, but also stranger things. So you have them, I don't know if it is clear enough, it's a very dark photograph. But here you have a little child who strolls around with a mouse as if it were a dog. So they are actually reinventing spaces. And most of the photographs show children looking outside as if they were in cages or prisons, and they want to be seen at the same time. So very interesting images which create a kind you were talking about the semiotic space of the semiotic of space as well. And this is interesting. And one of the principles that is discussed in this book is based on an idea of Piero Bertolini, who was a famous Italian pedagogist. I think he should be an honorary member of the Toronto School or the Media Ecology community, because he is the one who actually started to bring media education to Italy. And he once said, there is not the principle of reversibility in education. So you can't go back as if nothing had happened. It's not a video game. But you can take other roads. So these images are showing us the need to take other roads in thinking education for kids that for at least a year and a half, perhaps 2 years, have not had a normal childhood. And normal is something that you can define in different ways depending on where you are geolocated. In any case, these kids are having a different experience, which is similar across borders. So it's a generation that, will certainly show us something different while they grow, cognitively, emotionally. And so that's one of the lessons we learned. I have more, but I can stop here if you want.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I promised actually to share a very short video about a book recently published by some of our colleagues in Brazil that is very relevant to what you just said. This book is called The Motherhood in Media, and that's kind of a journey into what does it mean, right? The motherhood in the media today. So because there is a Wilson from Brazil, and somehow we are celebrating the diversity of our global village, I'm going to share this video. And maybe, well, we will get inspired by Maria Collier de Mendoza, professor at the communication department in UFPE in Brazil, and Milena Freire de Oliveira Cruz. And so let's enjoy that. There's a short video on motherhood in media.
Oi, gente, eu sou Milena Freire de Oliveira Cruz, professora da Universidade Federal de Santa Maria.
Eu sou Maria Collier de Mendonça, professora da Universidade Federal de Pernambuco.
Nós estamos aqui para apresentar a coletânea Maternidade nas Mídias,
que foi organizada por nós duas, com a participação de autoras do Brasil inteiro. A coletânea explora a maternidade nas mídias, considerando a interdisciplinaridade dos estudos maternos e o dinamismo do cenário midiático atual.
Nossa proposta foi investigar imagens, mensagens e valores culturais que têm circulado nas mídias sobre maternidade e maternagem. Discutimos como as mães interagem com as mídias, expressam suas identidades e subjetividades, e debatem diversas questões cotidianas referentes às experiências maternas de maneiras coletivas e individuais.
O livro apresenta 12 capítulos. As autoras são pesquisadoras de variados campos. Elas atuam na comunicação, educação, psicologia, artes plásticas, literatura, saúde pública, filosofia, entre outras áreas. Os textos frequentemente utilizam abordagens qualitativas, como análise do discurso, análise semiótica e etnografia, mas também dialogam com estudos maternos, estudos feministas e estudos das mídias.
All right. And so, I promised to share this video from Maria, so I hope you enjoyed. And let's keep the conversation going, right? I wanted to go back to Junichi in Japan, in Tokyo, and learn more about the Olympic Games. And so, what's going on? What's your feelings? What's your concerns? And how? Well, since the modern Olympic Games back in the 20th century, I think Olympic Games are really representative of that idea of a diverse global human family village. And I think, well, when it comes to talk about the Olympic Games, the very idea of the global human family is in place. So, Junichi, what's going on in Tokyo?
Well, okay. So it's noon on Wednesday already. So and on Friday, on this coming Friday, the opening ceremony will be held, and I hear how many athletes and related people coming from overseas. I believe there are about 50,000 people coming for the Olympic Games. Yes, it's an amazing number, and the Olympic Village is actually held, and for considering the situation, people are really detached from the city. It's in the center of the city, but the village is detached from the city, from the citizens, and the athletes are supposed to go back and forth from the village and to the places to play, and yes, I believe it's going well. I believe, and actually the games are. Some games has already started, and I hear there is a soccer game between Canada and Japan. Is going to be held at start at 6 a.m. of your time tomorrow. Yes. Yes, that's the way I'm. That's what the situation is like. Yes.
All right. So thank you, Junichi. And well, we really follow with great interest what's going on with these Olympic Games. Also because it's the very first global event, right, taking place after the pandemic, and we've been talking about global governance and global institutions. And well, to some extent, the Olympic Games is a global institution. So we really look with great interest the implications of well, undertaking this huge enterprise in such difficult times. I think I heard 70%, 80% of Japanese people were concerned, were against hosting the Olympic Games. So there was no such consensus for hosting the Olympic Games. And so
yes, actually, 2/3 of Japanese people.
2/3, 66.
Yeah,
okay.
About 2/3 of Japanese people were very reluctant to having games.
Yeah,
yes, yeah. So, but well, before talking about that, I'd like to show my second torch.
Sure, go ahead.
Let me do that.
Sure.
Yes. So, so I'm an author, but always a translator, and the recent work is the translation of McLuhan's work. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is what. This is the translation of Understanding Me, of the interviews and lectures of Marshall McLuhan, which was originally published in 2003, and I was commissioned to translate it a long time ago, but I finished it just and made it published just last month.
Wonderful,
yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
McLuhan, which is McLuhan, right, in Japanese?
Yes. McLuhan Hatsugenshu.
Hatsugenshu, right? That looks nice.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. So congratulations, Junichi.
Thank you very much.
The whole book, Understanding Me, which is a book I do remember the interviews and oral speeches. I think it's very McLuhanesque.
Yes.
Right?
Actually, this book is not really often referred to in the McLuhan literature, but it covers a lot of lectures from 1959 to 1979. And during the process of translation, I confirmed a lot of basic ideas of McLuhan, including the medium is message and quote unquote and global village. But I also found something new.
What?
Yes. It's one is that one of them is that McLuhan was fond of joking. He loved joking at every time of lecturing. Yes. And he explained what jokes are like. And he explained old-fashioned jokes with a storyline, with as a narrative jokes, as well as a very short one-liner joke, and which has no story. And what is important is that he always mentioned one word, which is this. That is this. Grievance. Grievance.
I see.
And so he said that jokes are mostly concerned with grievances. And as I understand, grievances stands for reasons for complaining or reasons for being unhappy or being unsatisfied with the situation concerned. And so he said that, quote, when new kinds of jokes appear, there is some sort of uncomfortable, abrasive area of tension developing in the community. And, end quote, and this is based on the idea by Steve Allen, an American TV personality, that, quote, the funny man is a man with a grievance, end quote. And also, quote, where there are grievances, there should be a lot of jokes, end quote. And he also said that, quote, anything I talk about most certainly to be something I resolutely against, McLuhan said. So therefore, perhaps he was talking about media as an expression of grievances. Or for a great literary scholar, electric media, including television, must have been grievances. So it means I consider that does it mean that McLuhan's media theory is a massive joke or an expression of grievances? Perhaps yes, or perhaps not. But I don't mean that it was nice. I don't mean to say that McLuhan's idea was nonsense, but it did make sense. And I think it is wisdom to overcome some sort of uncomfortable, abrasive situation. Perhaps it is a vaccine against the media environment of today.
That's awesome, and I do agree. Nonsense is a way to explore sense making, the actual idea of sense. And nonsense is the counter environment to better being aware of the actual sense of the things around us. And so I think nonsense is such a powerful tool for exploring not only McLuhan scholarship, but nonsense as a way to approach literature and any communication form. Absolutely. So I totally agree. The value of nonsensic explorations in our media environment. So thank you, Junichi, for sharing this. I'll be back to you. And I wanted to actually, well, maybe Elena, are you still there? Yes. I wanted to share from Jean-François Vallet. Always a pleasure. I think Jean-François will have something to say about nonsense, parody. Is an expert on those topics, and so. Anyways, Jean-François, please share your thoughts if you want to join the conversation on what Junichi just brought up, and I was keeping there is an ongoing discussion about jokes were the best rhetorical form he could use as a doctor of rhetoric. So that's absolutely true. And I bet Jerry has something to say about Marshall, his primary game, teasing people into believing his percepts to be theoretical concepts. And so this is actually a quote from Donald T. Hall and the virtual McLuhan. So, Elena, and it's almost midnight. It's 18 minutes to midnight. So what's your take just approaching the finishing line of this Global Village Day?
What a responsibility! What a responsibility! Wishful thinking, maybe. Just some hope for the future, and another lesson that we learned this year, right? Not to replicate old models, not to go back to the old normalcy. Try to do things differently. Not to look through the rearview mirror, as McLuhan would say.
Did you say rear view mirror?
I did.
Oh, that was the trap, the trick. So if you say rear view mirror, you're not now going to be rear view mirrored and this way. So now, Ellen, it's your chance. This is unbelievable. The first time ever you are inside. Believe it or not, inside McLuhan's rear view mirror. So now you have a chance to say something, to look back at McLuhan in your rear view mirror and, I don't know, say something relevant on the rear view mirror. So what do you see in the rear view mirror?
I see a bad use of literature, gone environmental and creating cognitive pollution. But I also see Marshall McLuhan warning us about that, because I think it was him who said that given the situation, when we extend our brain outside, then Big Brother goes inside. So another lesson we learned this year is to, be careful with mainstream narratives one way or the other. Try to preserve some individual critical thinking, because, there are always other versions of the same story. And to do that, we have to jump back from the rearview mirror mentality and look forward, as McLuhan did.
Wonderful, wonderful. And all right, thank you for where I'm. Okay, thank you for playing with the rearview mirrors. I was surprised, right? Okay, I just got another surprise for all the villagers, all the folks. So there is a chance actually to go back, come and not go back, to step in the live stream. So I'm going to post a comment. This is a special link. So whoever wants to join us on the actual green room and the platform we are using for live streaming. So I'm gonna post a comment. I think you should be able to, hold on a second. I think you should be able to see the link, which is the link to enter actually the green room, the studio. And so this is, all right, here it is. So I think you should be able to see both on Facebook and YouTube chat. So villagers, folks, for crossing all together the finishing line, you have a chance. If you wish, you can step in and join us to share your greetings and toasting together to Marshall McLuhan's birthday. And not only, there's another birthday we are going to celebrate all together as usual, as a tradition in the Global Village Day, and it's Elena Lambert's birthday. And so happy birthday, Elena. Folks, share your good vibes and cheers.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Elena.
Thank you. Grazie mille. But I'm not 110, eh?
I know. I thought you had the same age. Okay, all right. No,
not yet. Almost,
right,
but not yet.
Okay,
thank
people
you.
are coming. And by the way, so happy birthday, Elena, and thank you for
Grazie,
playing.
grazie.
Thank you for really always being so playful as we like to be, and playful with ideas and the way we undertake our research, our pedagogical explorations. So it's absolutely great to share this with you. And I see, so thank you again, Elena. I see people are connecting actually. I see on the green room Clinton, I see Paul Farrelly, and so don't be shy. If you wish, you have your chance to, you have an opportunity for joining us and crossing all together the finishing line and toasting Marshall McLuhan's 110th birthday. And so, absolutely, and I see Jerry's coming. I think there is room for only 10 people. Ray, I see Ray's, there is only 10 people. So at some point I will kick someone off, so just to let anyone joining us. And so, first of all, because I've been asking for some video greetings, conscious of time, so because we're going to do the countdown, okay? So at just right on the midnight, we do the countdown all together. But essentially, Bill Kuhn, I've been asking some video greetings and happy birthdays to Marshall McLuhan. And Bill Kuhn's shared this very nice video on where did I get it? Hold on, I can't find it. I will. Oh, okay, here it is. Bill Kuhn's video greetings. Happy birthdays to Marshall McLuhan. Enjoy.
Happy birthday, Marshall. Bill Kuhn's here. You may remember me. We met January 1968 at your office in Fordham. You were writing something with a pencil. The pencil snapped. I offered you my pen. You said, no, can't do that. It would change what I'm writing, you know. You've always liked comics, Marshall. Here you are, Marshall, in your very own comic. It's not exactly a comic book. It's a graphic novel, a biography of your life. And here you are in the prologue, leading a parade of figures from the 1960s. That's how I see you, Marshall. You were the band leader of the intellectual movements of the 1960s. Half a century later, we are even more reliant on your ideas. The book is called The Biographic Marshall McLuhan. I wrote it. Dean Motter illustrates. Marshall, thank you for being such an inspiration to us all. No one has offered such wise guidance as you have on how our media technologies can nurture us rather than thwart us. And once again, a happy and salubrious 110th.
Wonderful, right? It was so nice. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for sharing your good vibes, and cheers to Marshall. And what else? Okay, I see. I'm gonna invite. So for we still have 7 minutes to midnight, and so I see Clinton, Ray, and Jerry. Jerry, hello, Jerry. What's going on there? We still have 7 minutes.
Paulo, thank you for hooking me up with the great Clinton last year. For 1 year, we've been doing Zooms.
Okay, Jerry. One thing I think. I think, Jerry, you have to turn off your YouTube or Facebook live stream. Otherwise, there is a latency. There is an overlapping of two signals altogether. So I'll give you the room again, but be conscious that to keep only the StreamYard window open, right? So shut off YouTube or Facebook, okay? All done. Got it.
Okay.
All right, Jerry.
Sorry.
30 seconds. 1 minute. Your happy birthday to Marshall McLuhan.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday to Marshall. And thank you, Andrew, for reading Finnegan's Wake. And especially thank you for allowing Clinton to add so much for last year and this year. We've done many Zooms together studying Marshall. We call them McLuhan mashups. So we talk Marshall not in highbrow academia terms, but in normal human babble. So thank you so much, Paulo, and all the wonderful people. Please email me, and we want to interview you on Clinton's channel, pfsuzy@aol.com. Thank you, Paulo.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jerry, for populating, animating the chat all day long. You were a great contributor and player in the global theater. So thank you. Thumb up. And talk about Clinton. Here it is. Hello, Clinton. How are you? And what's your conscious of time? What's your happy birthday to Marshall?
Thank you, Paulo. Again, congratulations on pulling off another fantastic Global Village Day. It was riveting all 12 hours. Happy birthday, Marshall McLuhan, 110. You don't look a day over 60. I got to say, this has been a fantastic year. Like Jerry said, we've been producing lots of great content. He's the interviewer extraordinaire, bringing James Joyce with McLuhan into wonderful questions around the tetrad. Anyone who wants to be to talk to Jerry and I again, reach out. That said, let's keep carrying the torch, guys. I know it's late, but my understanding McLuhan Interactive CD-ROM for Windows 3.1. This came out about 20 years ago. This is my torch for McLuhan Day because it's a CD-ROM. It's McLuhan. It's the future. It's the past. It's everything.
Wonderful. So thank you for sharing. So thank you. In order to let other people come in, Clinton, I'm going to kick you off the studio, but you can still watching on YouTube or Facebook. So thank you, Clinton. And Ray Daly. So your happy birthday to Marshall. Oh no, I can't hear you. Something. Unmute yourself. All right,
Marshall, happy birthday! It's great to celebrate a year after the previous one. Last year was great. I was just reviewing some of the tetrads that were created last year, so it was fun to do this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray, for being so concise and right to the point. So thank you for being with us. And I see Paul Farrelly. Paul, what's going on?
Hello, Paolo.
All right, I like your dramatic opening and greetings and good vibes at 5 minutes to midnight. You're still a lot of energy. So what's your happy birthday to Marshall?
My happy birthday to Marshall is long may he reign. I pass by the coach house every single day going to my walk at Queen's Park. And I myself and my friend have just started Finnegan's Wake, get into a reading. So Paulo, really enjoyed the day as I did last year. But boy, you gotta get somebody on your team to do all the tech. And just sort of bring him in. It's like bringing in a spaceship to the global village. Best of luck.
Thank you, Paul, and it's great to see you. And thank you for sharing your greetings. And I see Howard. Howard again. Thank you for stimulating, populating, feeding, and fostering the community on the chat. So. Always on the right track, on the point, always in time, in real time contributions. So thank you very much. So your happy birthday to Marshall.
Happy birthday, Marshall. Happy 110th. I'm holding in my hand my torch. It's a tetrad. It's the medium and light award, inspired by your wisdoms in the medium and the light, reflections on religion. And this was awarded to CBC's Nora Young of Spark this year. So I haven't sent it to her yet, so I was able to use it as a torch for tonight's Global Village session that we're in today. So thank you, and many more.
Thank you, Howard. And I think the award, actually, it's a great torch. So wonderful choice. Thank you, Howard. And I see John and Ken back. You're live, John and Ken. So I still have 2 minutes. 1 minute for your happy birthday, Marshall, John and Ken.
We got a hat.
Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a hat?
All together. Sure.
Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marshall. Happy birthday to you. I want to can't give him the birthday bump.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect you singing, actually. So wonderful. And all right.
Follow. One last thing. The one thing I didn't get to say at the very end was that the last wrap up. I wanted to say. Darwin said it isn't the survival of the fittest or the most intelligent, it's the survival of the most adaptable to change. And that's
that is very relevant. Absolutely.
New, landscape that we're living in. So
yeah, and there was the pandemic was a challenge to really make us more adaptable to change. So that's very relevant. So thank you.
Thank you, pal. I don't know how you do it. That's like, wow.
You're amazing.
You're incredible.
No, it's a pleasure. And again, it's a value and the power of the community. I'll bring back all the friends on the studio. Let's see what happens here. And I think we are almost ready for the countdown. I see. And what's going on? All right, all together. Again, friends, I still have a few spots on the platform. If you want to really join us, there is an opportunity. I just posted again the link to join the streaming live platform. So for joining us inside the studio. So I think it's 1 minute to go. And all right, Ray is back. I'll bring it here back. And who else? Clinton is back as well. All right. And so at this stage, I think we are ready for a countdown. Let's do the countdown, okay? So 99, 90. No, just kidding. What's Ken holding? There is a question. What's Ken holding?
Yeah. Our little collection of tiny TV sets.
Oh, wonderful. I want it. All right. And with that TV set, it's time for a countdown. And 10, 9, 8, together, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Marshall! Happy birthday, Elena Lamberti as well. So happy birthday,
Marshall!
110th anniversary. I can't believe we made it so far. It's been such an incredible marathon running all together. We crossed the finishing line. So thank you for being with us. Thank you, all the villagers. And I see Danielle, happy birthday. And Danielle, actually, I didn't see. She did the countdown, 8, 7, 6, 5. So brilliant. And thank you, Danielle, for and everyone for sharing your wonderful good vibes. So I'm so excited. What else? I think it's time for wrapping up. And so I wanted to really share some final thanks to all the villagers that are being with us. And so let me, I heard some noise. Let me just mute everyone. I hear, all right. Okay. And so villagers, I wanted to really welcome you all into this. Okay, we are all together. welcome you all, and thank you all for this special marathon. And let me share my special thanks to you all. Okay. Unique help and support. So we made it all together. Thank you very much. Say hi, all the global villagers. Who knows? Maybe we will see next year. And so Danielle, Joe Galto, Maria, Jean-François, and Danielle again. And I see many people connecting and sharing those good vibes. And so thank you everyone. The Global Village Day is the second edition of the Global Village Day is it's done. It was a great pleasure. Thank you everyone. Thank you. You really made history. And so we look forward to meeting again in the Global Village. Ciao.